Call the meeting to order. This is the February 26th, Thursday. This is the meeting of the Planning Commission, the Emeryville Planning Commission for Thursday, February 26th. May we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Cardoza?
Here.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Here.
Commissioner Gunkel?
Here.
Commissioner Keller?
Here.
Commissioner Coomerly?
Here.
Vice Chair Tan?
Here.
Chair Moss?
Here.
All 7 commissioners are present.
All right, then we will go ahead and move on to public comment. So this is a time on the agenda for anyone to comment on any item that is not on our agenda tonight. So if there are any comments on anything that is not on the agenda, please come forward. Anyone? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the action recap for our last meeting, which was January 22nd.
I had one correction. I believe that the business owner that was commenting in the public comments was on 67th Street rather than 57th. Other than that, I would move approval.
I'll second.
Any objections?
Without objection?
No.
Okay.
All right, then we will.
Charlie, I have to abstain because I wasn't at the January meeting.
Right, thank you.
And we'll move on then to the director's report.
Okay. First, let me report to you on recent City Council actions. The Council held 3 meetings since your last meeting. In February, 2 regular meetings on February 3rd and 17th, and a special meeting on February 13th. At the February 3rd regular meeting, they held a study session on the city-owned properties along Christie Avenue and gave direction that those properties should include an expansion of Christie Avenue Park, as well as residential development that includes both affordable and market rate units in the same development, possibly with a non-residential component. As you probably recall, the Commission held a study session on this issue on December 11th, and you had similar comments to what the Council had to say. The Council also approved a multifaceted strategy for addressing the issue of homelessness in Emeryville. They discussed a proposal to revamp the city's committee structure and directed staff to come back with a formal proposal for council action in the future. This, however, will have no effect on the Planning Commission. Then they also discussed issues of unit mix, family friendliness, ownership, and the bonus system in relation to residential developments, and they directed staff to prepare an urgency ordinance to establish a 45-day moratorium on residential projects for consideration at a special council meeting on February 13th. I'm sure you all have probably heard about this. So then, on February 13th, at the special meeting, the Council considered this 45-day moratorium to allow time to develop new policies regarding those issues. Following about 2.5 hours of staff presentation, public testimony, and Council deliberation, the Council voted on the moratorium with 3 ayes, which were Council members Asher, Donahue, and Martinez, and 2 noes, which were Vice Mayor Davis and Mayor Atkin. However, a moratorium requires 4 out of 5 votes to pass, and so therefore the motion failed. However, the Council did confirm their desire to still address these issues in an expedited fashion. So staff is now working on a game plan as to how to go about addressing these issues over the coming months, and we'll share that with the Commission as soon as we have it figured out. I don't have anything specific to share right now, but as soon as I do, I will definitely let you know. And I'd just like to note that I'll be talking a little bit more about this later in the evening when we get to the agenda item on family-friendly housing. On February 17th, the Council reviewed a draft ordinance to establish a minimum wage tied to the city's living wage and gave direction to staff on a number of issues related to that. The resulting draft ordinance will now be sent to all businesses in Emeryville. It's being sent as we speak, a massive mailing, and to other interested parties. It's expected to be reviewed at the council on April 7th, and then the ordinance is slated for first reading on May 5th and final passage on May 19th with an effective date of July 1st. This doesn't really directly pertain to the commission's purview, but I thought you might be interested in that topic. In other news, a couple of things, three things. Concerning the Anton Emeryville project, also known as the Navy site, as you know, we prepared an initial study mitigated negative declaration, or ISMND, on that project, which was circulated during the month of February. The comment period closed about a little over a week ago. We got a pretty hefty comment letter, and it's our CEQA consultants are going to need some time to prepare a response to that. We got actually 3 comment letters, one very lengthy and a couple not so long. But it will take our consultants a while to prepare a response and then for staff to review the response. Thus, the project is not going to be on your March agenda as it had previously been planned. It will now be heard at the May meeting or possibly later. Concerning Sherwin-Williams, tomorrow, February 27th, is the deadline that you know was extended for comments on the EIR notice of preparation. So anybody who hasn't got their comments in yet, tomorrow is the last day for that. And finally, the state has certified our housing element, in case you didn't hear, on January 28th. And we now have a bit of a breather. Of course, we have to implement the housing element now, but the next one isn't due for 8 years. So we have until 2022 to do the next one. Finally, I just want to point out that you should have in front of you a stack of paper. These pertain to the various items on the agenda tonight. I believe they only pertain to 2 of the items, LaPorte School and the Christie Avenue Park, but I just want to explain what they are because some of them are sort of mixed together. The first one is a comment letter on LaPorte School. And then we have the fee charts that were missing from your packets, which I previously emailed to you. These are stapled together, but they're not for the same project. The first page is for Christie Avenue Park, and then the next 2 pages are the charts for LaPorte School. There's 2 buildings at LaPorte School, so there's 2 fee charts. And then everything else behind that pertains to the park. One is a comment letter from someone at Pacific Park Plaza. One is a rather lengthy response to the conditions and resolution that we got today from the applicant. And then the last piece is our response to that. And on that note, just let me say that the applicant is just getting our response letter or memo right now. They're going to need a little time to digest it, I think, so I've suggested to the chair that we move the LaPorte School item to the first of the agenda to give the City Center folks a little time to review this so they don't have to read it during the middle of their public hearing and then come back for their hearing. So that's staff's suggestion. Of course, it's up to the commission how you wish to proceed. That concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Charlie, you may have mentioned or talked about this in January for the meeting that I wasn't in attendance. What's the status of the Emeryville Center for the Arts issue, the lawsuit?
Do you want to respond to that, Mike?
Sure.
Thanks.
So the building for the Center for the Arts is the building directly behind you. That piece of property is actually owned by the city as successor agency. In accordance with the provisions of the Dissolution Act governing the wind down of redevelopment, that piece of property, as well as 9 others that were still in the still vested in the name of the former redevelopment agency, so now they're vested in the city as successor agency. Those properties were there was what's called a long-range property management plan that the Dissolution Act provides, and the plan requires the successor agency to provide various information about that and then identify the means by which the successor agency intends to dispose of them. roughly 7 other properties were intended to be transferred to the city for some public governmental use, including the building for the Arts Center. That was obviously going to be, it was identified to be used as an Arts Center. There were South Bayfront Site B, which was intended to be transferred to the city for future redevelopment. And then the other parcel is there's a vacant lot just south of Marriott on that side of Shell Mound Street. That's a very small triangular piece of property. There's a billboard on it. Actually, the billboard is not on that parcel. It's its own separate parcel. But anyway, it's a vacant parcel that was intended to be sold. In any event, we submitted our plan to the Department of Finance. They denied the plan on 2 bases. One was that the what is called the Glass House parking garage. That parcel was intended to be transferred to the city for governmental use, public parking, as it is now. The Department of Finance has taken the position that parking garages are not a governmental use. And then the second issue related to South Bayfront Site B, they maintain that the city, upon receipt of the property and when it disposes of the property, would be required to enter into a compensation agreement with other taxing entities that are receive taxes from property taxes from properties in Emeryville. Our reading of the law is that is not required. So the city council and the successor agency, they authorize the city attorney to file a lawsuit challenging that, and we filed that lawsuit. It was filed in early part of this month. We have a hearing date in June 19th, and we will go from there. In the meantime, the law does not allow, or at least the Department of Finance's interpretation of the law doesn't allow them to allow other parcels that aren't at issue in the plan to be transferred. We've asked that question, and they've said no. So at this point, this piece of property and all the others are in limbo and pending the resolution of this lawsuit filed by the city.
So the funding for the Center for the Arts, I think it was roughly like $8 million that was approved, I thought, by the state Supreme Court, and then there was a period of time where an appeal could be filed. So what was going on with that?
Oh, you're thinking of another lawsuit.
What you said was very it was very pertinent. But
we do have 2 lawsuits pending currently with the state of California. The other lawsuit you were referring to relates to in the early part of 2012, the law provided that the city and the successor agency could re-enter into agreements to provide for, it doesn't really just say, it just says you can re-enter in agreements provided the oversight board approves them. And so we proposed 5 agreements to provide funding for the South Bayfront pedestrian bridge, the Transit Center project, the Center for the Arts project behind you, the Emeryville Center of Community Life project, and then also to repay some brownfield loans that the city had extended to the agency to clean up what is now Doyle Hollis Park, as well as what we refer to as Parcel D right next to the Sherwin-Williams site. Mm-hmm. So the city and the successor agency approved those agreements. We brought them to the oversight board. The oversight board only approved 3 of the agreements. They approved the agreements providing funding for the South Bayfront Bridge, for the Transit Center, and to repay the brownfield loans. And so the agreements providing funding for the ECCL project and the Arts Center were not approved. And so we then presented those to the Department of Finance. The 3 agreements that the Oversight Board approved, the Department of Finance rejected them. We filed a lawsuit challenging that. The trial court issued a decision in our favor. The Court of Appeal recently issued an opinion upholding the trial court's decision, and then just the other day, the state petitioned the Supreme Court for review to have the Supreme Court hear the case, claiming that there's some critical issue of law that the Supreme Court needs to resolve. That was just filed on Wednesday. We have, the city has until March 16th to file an opposition, so we'll be working on that with outside counsel. Thereafter, the state has 10 days to file a reply, and then the Supreme Court actually has until essentially 60 days from the date at which the petition that was initially filed by the state, 60 days from that date to take an action. So that is actually April, if my memory serves me right, April 27th. If the Supreme Court also has the ability to extend that period to 90 days, so they could push it out until May 27th. Mm-hmm. If the Supreme Court doesn't act within that time, then the petition is deemed denied. So that's sort of where we're at right now on that lawsuit. Let me also just point out there, because everybody knows that the ECCL project is going forward, and you're wondering, okay, where did the money come if that was denied? So the successor agency, or the former redevelopment agency, when it was dissolved, had in its accounts roughly $24.5 million of bond proceeds. So these were monies that were that the agency had from bond issues that it issued, and so under the bond issues, you're obligated to use those funds for essentially capital improvements. So the law provides that. Essentially, those bond proceeds need to be used for the purposes for which they were sold. And so anyway, we have been allowed to provide $21.2 million of funding from those bond proceeds to the ECCL project, and the remaining balance of about $3.2 million is also transferred to the city, and the city can use that for capital projects that are located within what is the former Shell Mound Park redevelopment area, and a couple of projects that we were just talking about that are in the Shell Mound project area is the pedestrian bridge and the Art Center. It's our sense, and so far I think we've shared this with the council, that that extra money will likely be needed for the pedestrian bridge, in addition to the money that is at issue in the lawsuit. It's about $11.2 million that was set aside for that project. So you combine those together, you have about $14.5 million. And then we also have funding commitments from pursuant to a former deal with Chiron, which is now Novartis. So they have some obligation to provide some funding for the Horton Street Park improvements. So all told, we have about $15.5 million for that improvement. But we, as I say, we're waiting to see what the Supreme Court does on that petition. Generally, there are numerous petitions filed with the Supreme Court. The percentage that they take is very small, and a lot of those that they do take are death penalty cases that they're required to take. So we'll just have to sit tight and see what happens. I think that's about all I can think of to share at the moment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions for staff? Okay.
Thank you. All right, so with that, we'll move on to disclosures of conflict of interest and ex parte communications. Are there any disclosures?
I met with the owners of the East Bay Bridge Shopping Center to talk about the sign program, and I will have to be recusing myself during the Christie Park because of my proximity and the conflict of interest.
Nothing to report.
I will disclose that I have to recuse myself during the East Bay Bridge Master Sign Program because of the proximity of my residence to that project. Anybody else? Great, thanks. And, all right, then we will move on to public hearings. And the staff has recommended that we move public hearing B to the front. Are there any objections to that? No? All right, great. Then we will move LaPorte School up to the front, so that will be our first public hearing. May we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, Commissioners. So this presentation is on LaPorte School. You'll find on the dais that I just placed materials board that the applicant provided and also the letter that Charlie mentioned earlier. So this site is located at 1450 and 1452 63rd Street. Here we are. It is just east of Hollis. So project overview. The proposal is to modify 2 existing buildings into a school that would hold up to 27 staff members and 177 students ranging from infants to primary school. For this project, the required findings are a conditional use permit, have to make findings for parking spaces below the minimum, and design review. So the existing space is the former site of Every Dog Has Its Daycare. So you can see here, whoa. Maybe you can't see here. Let's try that again. There we go. So the rear of the property is fully cemented. This is the east side, and this is the front. And this is, there's 2 buildings. This is the more former industrial warehouse building. And this is the former residential building that was also used for Every Dog Has Its Daycare. The proposal is to keep both buildings but modify them for school use. So there's lots of access changes that need to be made for stairways. There's an elevator tower here that's proposed to be clad in green tile, and some new doorways in the larger building and windows along the front. This is the west elevation. So the front of the street frontage is here on the right-hand side, residential building, then the elevator tower, and then more access stairways and a rear fire exit as well. From the rear of the property, you can see this would be the play area where the cursor is moving, and the residential building, and once again the warehouse building. And then this is basically the same view we saw from the photo at the bottom. The front elevation, they would keep the green screen, but have more windows and doors. The first floor site plan for the residential building, this would be for the nursery and infants, and then the larger building would be classrooms and administrative areas on the first floor. The second floor of the smaller building, of the residential building, would be for infants as well, and the second floor would be classrooms, and in the back there would be a play area deck, which you can see more clearly on this landscaping plan. It would have a little track for cycles and rear play area. And then the front, they're proposing to add additional short-term bike parking and landscape. The circulation plan, they're very limited for their parking because of the existing structures. So there'd be 3 tandem spaces on the west side of the property. These exist right now. This would be for staff. And then 4 parking spaces in front of the larger building, and those would be for people dropping off and picking up their children. And their plan is to have cars be able to pull in and drop off in front of these spaces, as well as pull in. They are planning to have staff trained and stationed around here to help facilitate students in and out of cars. And they also have an app that you've received information on to help facilitate that process. So for zoning analysis, the maximum floor area ratio, or FAR, is 1 at this location, and the proposal here, they're adding some additional square footage, and it comes out to 0.74, so it's well under the maximum. The building height is also under the base maximum of 30 feet. The elevator tower is the largest, or tallest, pardon me, feature of the building, and that's 25.5 feet tall. The off-street parking spaces, the minimum requirement is 9, but because of the site constraints, they're only able to provide for 7. And so the findings that I mentioned before we'll discuss later. And there are no setbacks required at this site. The existing buildings are maintaining their footprint except for the rear of the property where the fire exiting is required. There you go. So for the conditional use permit findings, the proposed use is consistent with the general plan. It's consistent with the maximum building heights and floor area ratios. It also provides accessible childcare, which is a goal of the general plan. It maintains adequate parking while avoiding excessive parking. And the childcare, early childhood education opportunity there will provide a walkable and connected city amenity to help provide for that, for employees and residents. And the design and construction respects existing architecture while creating some new signature pieces with the tile-clad elevator. Second finding is characteristics and design of the proposed use are compatible with the neighborhood. Staff finds this to be compatible. And the proposed use is compatible with utilities emergency response systems. This is also a feasible situation. The proposed use contributes to the general well-being of the community. So the school at this location will provide new early childhood education resources near existing residential and employment centers. And the proposed use does comply with the planning regulations. For findings of parking below the minimum, a finding is that the adequate measures will be put in place to reduce parking demand, such as promoting use of public transit, bicycling and walking, allowing modified working hours and telecommuting. Well, as a school, the modified working hours and telecommuting will not really be feasible in this situation. However, their app does provide for multiple drop-off times and to facilitate drop-off times. And also, because of the nature of it, it doesn't really require all-day parking. It requires a facilitated drop-off and pickup situation to help move people in and out at peak times, which they are proposing. The conditions of approval require a transportation information display system inside, Emeryville RAM participation, an employee trip reduction program, and also a transportation demand management plan that would include the pickup and drop-off plan. And the applicant is also proposing 6 additional short-term bike parking spaces to help facilitate and encourage active transportation to the site. Secondly, the finding is that the reduction or elimination of the required parking spaces will not result in parking impacts on adjacent uses due to overflow parking. And based on the previous slide, staff feels that this is feasible. For design review, the findings are the design of the project is consistent with the general plan. It is consistent with the diversity of building types and scales. It is designed with additional windows and building entries along the street, and it maintains a relationship between the buildings and the edge of the street. It avoids fencing and landscaping barriers. Secondly, the design of the project conforms to the Emeryville design guidelines. It follows bay-friendly landscaping. Where drop-off facilities are necessary, the design guidelines recommend limiting curb cuts by providing curbside drop-off locations or co-locating with driveways or parking garage entrances, and that's exactly what the applicant is proposing in this situation. And also to find opportunities for creativity with architecture, and the features of their elevator have done that, as well as having a consistent design palette. Thirdly, the project is of a high design quality. So staff recommends approval for this. I'm available for questions, as are the applicants. Alan Lamont, the project manager, is here, as well as our architect, Daphne.
Sir, what are the range of grade levels that would be accommodated at the school?
Through first grade?
3 months old at the lowest end.
You have to come up to
So it would be 3 months old through kindergarten.
Okay, thanks. Oh, and another question. I was going to ask if there had been any analysis on the parking demand for the school, but then I realized that the parking requirement itself was based on the parking demand, right? I mean, it's
Okay.
Yeah, so maybe I should...
It's based on the estimated parking demand, correct?
And so what is that, so then my question is, what is that estimated parking demand in the planning regulations based on?
It's complicated. It's mostly based on ITE parking generation rates, modified for the urban environment. But
Okay.
In some cases, it's based on studies that we had done on various land uses and so forth. I believe for schools, it came from the ITE manual.
Okay, thanks.
So does the ITE break it down into like preschool age and regular kids that might be walking to school kind of things?
Yeah, I believe it does. It has several different categories for schools. Yeah. Trying to think what we used here. Actually, I believe in our zoning, we have one parking requirement for schools K through 12. And we have another one for daycare centers, which we didn't consider this a daycare center. And then there's another requirement for like colleges and trade schools and things like that. So I don't think it differentiates it by grade level, though.
Do you know what the ratio is for the daycare?
I can look it up. I don't have it off the top of my head. Do you want to
We could keep
field
going.
another
We could
question
keep
while I look
going.
that up?
Yeah, we can keep going, but if you wouldn't mind. Any other questions for staff?
Well, is the applicant coming up, or?
Yeah. Well, why don't we...
I just didn't know if
For
our
staff.
question should go to both staff and the applicant at the same time, or if the applicant's also coming up. So.
Yeah, I think we'll invite him up, but if, I think if there are any questions for staff at this time, it would be a good time. Did you?
I'm going to combine mine with my comments.
Okay, all right. Okay, then we'll go ahead and invite the applicant up.
Thank you, Commissioners. I just wanted to make a quick statement. In addition to our architectural team and myself, who is a project manager on our in-house real estate team, we also have our Vice President of Marketing, Heike, here, and our outreach manager, Tracy, and then our current admin director, Patty. And two of those gals are also current parents, and then one of them will be a waitlisted parent at our proposed new site as well. So we're an organization that started approximately in 2000. We currently have 13 schools up and down California. We're building one back in Brooklyn. And up in this neck of the woods, we have a classroom site at 6460 Hollis. And then in January, we opened a 242 student school in Mid-Market in San Francisco. And so this would be our third addition to this neck of the woods, and we're also looking at a site in the Montclair neighborhood of Oakland. So we really are hoping to expand our presence up in this area. We're a private Montessori school, so we cater to those parents who are looking for a quality Montessori environment for their child before they enter a public school education. And something that sets us apart that we provide in this neck of the woods is we have a Mandarin immersion program, which means that your child goes into a classroom where they're only spoken to in that language to facilitate picking up that language at a young age when their mind is open and more sponge-like to doing that. Other than that, if you have any other questions, I'm available to answer.
How many students are at your 64th Street location now?
18.
And do you know how many of them come from Emeryville or have parents employed in Emeryville?
Heike, do you know that?
3 or 4.
This is kind of a small question, but I just saw the material board, and on that it had cedar as the soffit and fascia material, and in the packet here on the material sheet it lists like a faux wood fiber cement panel.
Yeah, we want to go more with like a Trex type of style, just for maintenance of the property and upkeep. So it'll allow it to, it'll look like a wood, but it won't need to be painted and changed out as often since it's kind of open to the elements, and natural materials tend to deteriorate a little bit more.
So the sheet is correct and the material board is incorrect?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know what the material is for the stairs and the stringers themselves?
Well, the stringers will have to be made of wood, and then the stairs will, is it a pan with a wood infill, with the Trex infill, is that correct? A steel pan with a Trex infill?
It's a wood, it's all the structural elements are wood, like the stringers and the Trex.
So, sorry, you need to come to the microphone, please.
So the stringers would be wood and the treads themselves would be Trex. And then we're
That even
proposing
includes
metal.
the fire stairs?
The fire stair?
The stair at the back property line?
Yes, it would also be.
And there's a CMU wall that looks like it's like 20-something feet tall on the property line.
Right.
Can you explain like what's on the other side of that property line right there?
Yes.
So our neighboring building sits on the property line, and they have a CMU wall on that property line. And they have some glass that they've infilled from their side of the building because they don't look out onto the current play area on the current property, because there's normally dogs running around out there and drinking water and whatnot. So I think it's more of a light manufacturing use on that side. So they've kind of covered that up from their side.
And what's the reason, if they have a CMU wall on their property line, what's the reason that you need to also provide one?
So we met with the building department, and they're requiring us for exiting purposes to create a separate fire separation on our property.
And the theory behind that is you don't really know what they're going to do because you can't control the other owner. Should they ever demolish that building, we would still have fire separation for our property.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I really would like to hear a little bit more about how the drop-off situation is going to work, because that's really my major concern with this project. I don't live too far from there, and I've been driving down that street just taking a look, and there are trucks double parked there loading across the street with the diagonal parking with people pulling in and backing out. It seems like a really kind of a congested situation.
And while you answer that, maybe if you could, I have sort of a question that goes tandem with that, is can you also address it says you're going to have a mobile app for pickup and drop off. Can you explain how that works as well?
So excuse me, Chairman, are we going to get a presentation from them where they explain all of this information, or are we just going to ad hoc ask them questions about the project? Are you guys planning to give us a presentation on all these things?
No, they were all included in the report. That
Okay,
was handed out
usually
to the
we'll get a
commissioners.
presentation along with that. So I just want to make clarification that we're not going to, okay.
As a part of the project description that was provided, there's an Exhibit A, which is our transportation management plan that was put together. So in there, it addresses a lot of how drop-off and pickup is going to be handled. So I don't want to regurgitate it to you, so I'll try to make it short and sweet. But at every campus that we operate, we designate an in-house staff member to basically be in charge of pickup and drop-off as a coordinator. And so their job is to coordinate all of our teachers in the morning hours, which our heaviest drop-off happens between 8:15 and 8:30. So we will have various staff at the curb to assist children getting out of the vehicle and to assist parents to pull in and out of those parking spots, to handle queuing, making sure people aren't double parking. So there will be a plethora of bodies out in front of the building during that time of the morning. And then in the afternoon, the app, our in-house IT group has created a software app that you can use on your iPhone or Samsung or whatever kind of mobile device that you have. And we created this for our school in San Francisco because we have no parking spaces there and we serve 242 students. So as a parent, you can log on to that app and you can tell us when you're going to pick up your child, and that information is provided to our staff, and our staff then gets your child's homework, backpack, lunch, everything together, and they're out at the curb waiting at the proposed pickup time. So that speeds up not having the parent pull in, park, walk into the site, my child's in the classroom and now I've got to gather all their things and walk out. So a 5 to 10 minute process is shortened to a 30-second to a minute process. And the screenshots that were provided, and if I remember correctly, it's Exhibit C, kind of shows you how that app works.
Exhibits.
And the information that's provided to us and our staff on site.
What proportion of parents use this app in, say, the San Francisco school?
About
You have to come up.
Come on up.
Hi. So in our San Francisco school, we have about half of the parents, somewhere between 40 and 60% at any given time, using public transport, walking, or biking. And of the remaining ones, probably a good 2/3 use the app to pick up. Some of them are able to park in the neighborhood. There's 2-hour parking, and they park, and walk in. But a lot of them are using it, and it's been working pretty smoothly.
So you answered the question that it is also an Apple and an Android app.
correct.
So what is your method for dealing with problem parents who repeatedly don't follow the rules and continually do just works for them?
So weekly, normally on Tuesdays, we provide what we call a weekly email. And in that email, we give updates of what's happening on campus, what events are coming up, and normally at least once a month, depending on where the campus is located and if there are those kinds of issues. All of the parking standards and stuff are always reinserted into that email. It's almost like a constant contact kind of email, if you've seen that before. So all of those guidelines are re-provided, and if there's an issue, our administrative staff does a good job of reminding parents that this is the way you approach the campus, this is where you should be dropping off, this is where you queue. If there's any questions, this is who you contact. So that happens on a weekly basis. And if there is someone who tends to want to operate outside of those guidelines, then we take the steps to bring them in and make sure that we address that with them.
So you will actually have a one-on-one conversation with them and really kind of make it a... Okay.
Yes.
Because I could see parents wanting to chat with a friend of theirs that's also picking up their kid, and they sit out there with their car parked, double parked, and they're chatting, and
Sure.
they kind of make this a daily, time when they get to meet each other.
Yeah, and that's the purpose of really having staff outside, is really to kind of motivate those moms to like, okay, we've got to go. We've got other parents waiting to come in. We've got other dads waiting to come in, and in most of the cases, a lot of these parents are working parents. So they need to get in and get out and get onto their commute or get to their office.
So you would say that in San Francisco, this isn't a reoccurring problem?
No, not so far.
Okay. And another question is, what is your parking plan for this facility and special events like open house or back to school night?
So for those events, those are normally done off business hours. They're in the evening. And so, at that point in time, hopefully, there's excess parking in the area that parents can use. But we never do back to school nights for all the students at the same time. So as you see, we have different categories of age groups. So we'll do back to school night for the infant parents one night. And then, the next week will be the toddler parents, and then our heaviest users, which are the primary age children, 3 to 6, we may split them up. We may do all the classrooms upstairs on a Wednesday night and all the classrooms downstairs on a, Thursday night. So we never load the whole campus up at the same time to have students and parents come, and those events are not open to children. They're only open to parents.
Okay, so you're relying on the street parking at this particular site for that?
Yes, or there is a public parking garage
A block away?
a block northwest of us. So in those events, that information will be provided to parents and say, plan accordingly, come early, and these are additional off-site parking areas that you can use to walk to campus.
Will you have any Saturday or weekend events like annual carnival, that kind of thing?
We will have probably once a quarter. We do open houses Saturdays, and it's just open to the public. So staff will be there. They normally run like 10 to noon, and it's kind of just our way of marketing to the community for those who don't know that we're there. We send out emails, flyers, mass mailings out to everyone, saying, by the way, we're here, and we have this option of daycare/schooling that we provide for you. Come meet us, and our staff will be there.
I'm thinking more of like Harvest Festival, something that's going to attract a bunch of people on the weekends.
We haven't done those kind of things in the past. Usually the weekend events are, much smaller than that. We will have some regular weekend traffic. We offer community parent and child classes, and those usually happen on Saturday mornings and Saturday afternoons. But there we're talking about 12 children and their parents, so it's not like a huge volume.
And there's staggered start times. So we'll have one infant parent and child class, and that's probably 8 to 9. We'll do one toddler class, and that's 9 to 10. So we will have 12 parents coming and going within that hour time span, spread out over 3 or 4 hours in a morning.
Another question I had, I think in your packet, you gave us a breakdown of who the top employers are in the city, ranging from Pixar to IKEA, Oaks Card Club, et cetera. So have you reached out to these companies yet in terms of letting them know that you're there, and what kind of feedback have you gotten from them in terms of the intended usage of your site?
So we haven't done that yet. We were waiting for this meeting. We have that list, and it's in our plan to start reaching out to them, assuming everything goes positively here going forward. We have agreements in other places where we are with local employers that have, sometimes just let their employees know about our schools, but in other cases I've made special arrangements. So for instance, in Irvine, we have a school in a big office park that's owned by the Irvine Company, and as part of our agreement with the Irvine Company, there's a priority agreement for their tenants. We have a tech company in San Francisco that has sponsored some spots at our school. So there's been a lot of interest by employers for having this childcare and for having it close to the employees. Like our Irvine location is in an office park. There's basically no housing around it. We had one campus. There was so much demand from the surrounding employees that it filled up very quickly. And we opened a second campus right next door that also filled up very quickly. Because it turns out a lot of parents like to have their children nearby where they work, especially in areas where there's pretty long commute times.
Yeah. So you mentioned priority enrollment to different employers. What about residents?
So in general, San Francisco is an exception. That school is so full that it's really hard to get in because there's just nothing happening there. But in general, the people that live there and can get there early, and can get on our waiting list and can plan ahead, we usually are able to have openings or build additional schools if there's a demand for it, There's not, right now, we don't have a plan to give priority enrollment for citizens of Emeryville. We haven't had to do that anywhere that we went. Usually what happens is the people that enroll at our schools come from the immediate neighborhood because most parents look for childcare and for convenience. So usually the families that enroll either work or live within a 5 to 10 minute drive of the school, because people usually don't like to drive out of their way to find childcare for their child.
Thanks.
And is your model generally to just go up through age about 6, or are your schools?
Right now we provide schools up to 8th grade, but our model is to cluster preschools, which then feed our so our lower elementary, upper elementary, junior high school. And then eventually our plan is to open a high school, but it's down the road.
Mm-hmm.
So for this particular site, it will only be through kindergarten, but the little one-room schoolhouse on Hollis Street will go through 6th grade.
So you're going to keep that site?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah. Have you spoken to the businesses, especially directly to the east, around that do a lot of loading in and out with large trucks, et cetera, and at all?
We haven't yet, pending the outcome of tonight and pending the outcome of the vacancies in and around us. If you walk, Commissioner Donaldson can probably speak to this, or drive down that street, you will see leasing signs on buildings everywhere. So there's a lot of space becoming available in and around that area. So until which time we know we're ready to go, we will then approach those tenants that are in and around who are still around. We didn't want to go in and talk to someone early and then have them say, oh, we're leaving in 3 months.
So the idea of queuing, I had a question about that. There was this there's 2 methods that you've provided, one where one pulls into the parking space and then out, and the other is just kind of a drive-by situation. It would be one or the other, I'm guessing, during the busiest times.
Those would happen concurrently.
That sounds crazy. Okay. all right.
Yeah. Once again, that would be the purpose, to have all those, people out on the site out front to help control all that. So, and we've done that at other campuses as well.
And having both systems work at once?
Yes, yeah. So my child currently attends one of our campuses in Irvine, and that happens concurrently, and we've got 8 staff members in that parking lot, standing in front of cars, waving people over, letting someone, basically they'll stand in front of the car to let some mom out, and then, they'll say, okay, let someone else pull in, and then the next car queues, and they just keep the traffic flowing.
Okay.
Because if you don't have those people out there to coordinate, it's just a...
Then it would be crazy. Yeah, okay, got it.
So how many people do you expect to have out? I mean, I'm concerned with, I can see it working better with older kids, but if you have to be bringing infants in and toddlers, that seems like a little bit more to handle.
Sure. It works really well with toddlers and primary age children. Normally infants don't utilize the drive-by drop-off, but we're only providing 15 spots, and since we operate 7 to 6, I think it's, I believe it's California law, the infant's only allowed to be in our facility for a certain amount of hours, so they will not all arrive at the same time. It'll be based off of the parents' needs on where they work, where they need to get to, as to which times they come and which times they go. So we're really handling 15 infants with having people come in and potentially park. But I know we have anecdotal stories of, I think all of our current staff at our 6460 Hollis site bikes to work. And we have several parents who will attach their children to a buggy to the back of their bike, and then they park that in our bike parking, and then they ride their bike home. So we expect a lot of that to continue to happen, which is why we've provided the extra bike parking on the outside of the facility, and then bike parking on the inside of the facility.
Right, the other thing is that since it is a one-way circulation, it seems like a lot of traffic is going to be directed along Doyle, which is a bike boulevard.
So yeah, we've tried to utilize having the cars approach the school from the east side of the property, because that's where you have the length in the public right-of-way. Because if you come off of Hollis and you're making that left turn, trying to cross all that traffic and those people queuing and potentially parents crossing streets, that kind of stuff.
I understand that. My concern is more that if people are coming from the west to get around, they're going to end up coming on the bicycle boulevard, which does have a lot of people that are riding bicycles with kids on the back of their bicycles at this point.
Sure.
I'm just trying to sift through these traffic things, which seem a little troubling.
Sure. Understood.
Chair Moss, could I just offer a comment on this? This is purely anecdotal. I mean, I don't have any data or anything on this, but I would note that the site was previously used by Every Dog Has Its Daycare, which is sort of like, well, it is daycare for dogs. And what I understand, I've certainly utilized a daycare preschool kind of a setting like they're talking about. In fact, I used to take my children to it in a bike trailer, which we would leave there during the day. But my understanding is that the dog daycare places operate pretty similarly to kid daycare, and that the parents or owners, when they're on their way to work, drop the dog off and then come back later and pick it up. And as you know, Every Dog Has Its Daycare unfortunately had to leave Emeryville because they became so successful and they had so many people. So I would suggest, as I say, I don't have any hard data on this, but I would suspect that the amount of traffic and the amount of drop-off that they had when it was a dog daycare facility probably wouldn't be that dissimilar from what it would be as a kid daycare facility. And I am not aware of any traffic problems that ever resulted from that business.
I believe they operated there for 15 years?
Some period of time, yeah.
Do you have any sort of feeling or anything on how many clients Every Dog Has Its Daycare was serving?
No, as I say, I have no hard data at all. It's purely anecdotal, but just as a point of information.
I mean, I've only been in the site a half a dozen times because the current owner was very mindful of not bothering the dogs during the day because they have their routines and and every time that I was there, there was easily above 50 to 60 dogs in that facility at one point in time, and I didn't get to see the whole facility. That was just the open play area, and I know they had kennels under the cottage, they had kennels on the backside of the property, but we were only allowed to access certain portions of it, so we never saw the whole thing at one time, but there was always a plethora of animals running around the facility, inside the facility.
I have one question regarding about the building and the site itself. How is the school secured at the top of the staircase? So as you come off of 64th Street, you go up to the existing house and you hit a platform. I don't see a gate or anything. It just seems wide open to the walkways that goes along the classrooms on the commercial building. So how is that going? Is that going to be secured? I mean, you don't have to show me anything, but just I didn't see it.
Yes, it will be secured.
So there will be a gate.
There will be a gate there, yeah, and it'll be key coded.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the mention of the employee trip reduction program, has some thought gone into that program at this point?
Not at this early stage, no, not yet. But we do have, some other programs that we've put in place in different urban areas where we have provided incentives for, staff to carpool. So whether it be gas cards or, there's other programs that we currently run at other schools in Southern California that we'll study and then see what might work here, because it's a little bit of a different environment here. So what's going to be enticing to staff here as opposed to staff at other locations.
What are you doing in San Francisco
What's that?
for
Incentives.
incentives?
Oh, in San Francisco, nothing. 90% of our staff takes public transportation.
That's
And then the rest of the staff who lives close by walks. It's not an environment where you own a car, it's too expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant? No? Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. So if anyone from the public would like to speak on this item, please come forward. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and we'll open this for discussion. Steve, you want to start us off?
Okay, well, to start with, autos are really the only problem I see for this project. But in my determination, it's pretty serious. I'm very concerned about the staff parking spaces being only three spaces for 27 employees, and I don't think that's enough. I understand the lower availability for parking in San Francisco, but this isn't San Francisco, and the East Bay isn't quite there yet to where people can walk to work from their homes. We just don't have that residential density. So my concern is the parking on this street parking is unrestricted, meaning that LaPorte's employees decide to drive, they'd have free and abundant parking as they arrive to work pretty early. By example, on 7:30 this past Tuesday, I rode by there on my way to work on my bike, and about 50% of the street parking was available. So my question was kind of what Commissioner Kumula is asking is, what are the actual incentives not to drive? I saw that your options for promoting not driving and a program to make employees aware of that, but I don't see any real incentives. Cost is kind of what I think is a disincentive to drive. So other than the gas cards, I'd like to see some tangible benefits that if an employee decides to drive and park on our street parking, there's a cost related to that. And so I'll get into that a little later in my comments on what I think we need to do to mitigate that. And Sarah, if I could have you put this on the overhead for me. I have some foreseen problems, and the traffic on the main arterials around here, such as San Pablo Avenue, Ashby, et cetera, it's really unpredictable. So I think that could cause parents delay in getting to their children at their appointed time. So they're using this app. They're told they're going to get there at 3:15, but now they're stuck in traffic on San Pablo because there was an accident. So that actually can't be done. So I think that can cause a ripple effect, causing other parents and et cetera to stack up. when they meet their schedules. So I think that is a problem we have to keep in mind. The stacking down 63rd Street, as this picture here shows on the top, is there's your drop-off spot area that can hold 3 cars, and then there's 2 angled parking spaces, and then there's an entry to a driveway. If for some reason there's a delay in your system and there are 6 cars backed up, we've now blocked the access to 2 parking stalls and a driveway. So I'm really needing to see some mitigation measures that this doesn't become a problem. And then on the lower picture, you'll see that there's a van, there's a semi truck, and there's a forklift with pallets parked in the street. So I really think because of the nature of this neighborhood being more commercial, the drop-off I just really see this as being a problem. And I'm glad you are talking about the parking stalls and how you get people in and out of those while you also work the drop-off area. And I think that you might be able to mitigate that, but I'm just not sure the stack-up isn't going to happen. An example, your peak drop-off time is going to be from 8 a.m. to 8:45. Using the chart on page 5 in your TMP, it shows that during that 45 period time block, there will be some 100 autos. This is equal to more than 2 cars per minute. And I'm just wondering if that's been factored into your plan to handle that level of cars. And do you still feel confident that there won't be any conflicts or problems? Again, looking at the picture showing how simply 6 cars backing up in that staging area are going to cause problems, especially in the morning if people need to get into that parking lot to get to work or want to make use of those stalls. So though your transportation plan is extensive, one of the best and most detailed I've ever seen, I feel in this constrained area with 177 students and 27 employees that there's just not enough room to handle the flow of vehicles, and I'm really kind of concerned about that. So a question I have for staff is, if the plan mitigation measures that they've drawn up in their TMP do not work to control the flow of traffic, what resources does the city have to rectify the situation? What if it's found that this location just can't handle the traffic or the problems that develop? What can we do? What do we do if we have an unsolvable problem on our hands? I mean, we are going to spend a lot of money to develop this school. We certainly can't kick them out because they're causing problems on our streets. So I think that I'd like to hear, if it does become a problem, what is our city willing and capable of doing? So a statement I have is that I really want to see this project approved. The residents as well as the workers in Emeryville really need this service, and additionally, it will contribute to what our city council is really trying to get, and that's our family-friendly community. So I think this is a step in that direction. But I'm really concerned to whether I can find in favor of the staff report that parking and traffic will not be a problem. I don't believe I saw anything in the plan that will strongly discourage employees from driving to work. I believe that Laporte is correct in estimating that 90% of their parents will drive their children to school, and unlike dogs, you can't walk a child unless you carry a stroller and everything, and time in that factor with your own self getting to work. So I just see that 90% is probably baseline minimum that people are going to drive to bring their children to schools, and that's a lot of vehicles. So there's one place I disagree with staff report. The way the proposal is written, there will not be 7 parking places for staff, but only 3. The parking in front of the school is designated as drop-off and visitors, so we don't have 7 parking places. We're not asking to reduce our minimum from 9 to 7 for staff. We're asking to reduce it from 9 to 3. So if we're reducing the parking requirement we're not reducing it by 2, but actually 6. So all that being said, if we pass this project, and I hope we do find a way to do so, I really do, I feel that we need to add a condition of approval that if the city determines that to fix the issue on the street parking, we need to do timed parking, that Laporte pay or contribute to covering the cost of implementing a street parking plan, whatever that develops into with the city, and whether that means meters, painting the curbs, or other tools or ideas. But I think the parking and the drop-off is... I ride from Emeryville to UC Berkeley to work every day, and I pass several schools depending on the route I go on, and it's really hazardous. I actually will modify my route just to avoid people dropping off their children at schools. And the reason I asked that about people who don't follow the rules, because one of the Catholic schools says parents are supposed to drop their kids off at this location, and they drop them off at another location, and they make U-turns in the street in front of people on bikes and crossing the street. So these are issues I experience every day, and I can really see this becoming an issue for us, but I really want to resolve it because I'd like to see you guys become part of our community.
If I could just respond to one thing you said about the staff parking. I'm not sure. I don't recall us saying that in the staff report. The parking requirement for, or the parking, excuse me, the estimated parking demand for schools is 0.08 per student, but that doesn't distinguish between staff or drop-off or whatever. It's just a straight number. So that's the number of parking spaces that then the minimum requirement is based on. It's not divided between staff or drop-off.
Okay, I'm quoting from page 4 in the staff report, and then the first line on page 4 of the TMP saying that they're going to use it for drop-off.
Page 4, under TP 49.
I'm not looking at it right now, so I can't say.
Okay. All right. Well.
But so a concern for me is that I don't think 3 spaces for 27 employees is enough. And that's pretty much what we're designating in the plan for employees is the 3 tandem spaces. And generally because the street parking is free. It's all day long. There's a lot of it. Mm-hmm. And because the school starts so early, they're going to be some of the earliest businesses there. So their employees are going to, if they decide to drive because they don't have any disincentives not to drive, they're going to take up all that street parking, and then we're going to have a problem.
Mm-hmm. We had something similar going on in our neighborhood with EBI, and one of the things that they did to help sort of guarantee that their parents would not be parking on and taking up all the residential parking is that all of their cars have an EBI bumper sticker. You've probably seen them all over town. And if any neighbor saw that they were parked on a street, then we would inform the school and they would talk to them directly. So, I mean, that's
just to clarify, it's not the parents dropping off kids. These 3 spaces I'm concerned about for this 27 employees that work at the school.
Yeah. So I have similar concerns, and actually it was also about Doyle Street and that being our bicycle boulevard, and the fact that cars will have to come up to on either side of Doyle Street, on Doyle Street, and then back down to drop off their kids. So that is a lot of extra traffic on Doyle, and that makes me leery of being able to approve this, although I also very much want to approve this, and I think it is something that this community needs, and I appreciate the school. And I also I'm thinking the possibility, there was a mention of a commitment to provide some incentives for employees, so how about a Clipper card and Easy Pass that is completely paid for all employees to come to, incentivize using public transit. That may help resolve that. So basically my only concern is with the traffic as well. And I think queuing up, I appreciate that having all hands on deck, to get the kids in and out. I think I've seen that work in other situations, and I've seen it kind of not work and then get resolved in with different schools traffic-wise. So but it is a lot of new traffic on our bicycle boulevard, and that's the only way they can come unless they're going to make an illegal U-turn, which is not okay. So that's those are my concerns with this project at this point, and I am that's where I'm at. Yeah.
Well, I think this is a great project and a great addition to Emeryville. I think the building is very handsome, the way they've done it. I think the traffic issue is a little overblown. I've, over the years, dropped my grandsons off to daycare centers in Berkeley, and it's never been a a traffic issue. It's for a very brief period of time, and it's, for the most part, not during the rush hour. And as a consequence, I think it would work. It may be important to provide some incentive for the employees to use public transportation, but other than that, I think it's a great project.
Yeah, I think my concern is just we are definitely bringing a lot of traffic to that street. And so I want to really go back to what Commissioner Keller brought up in his comments, which were, you know, how do we address this situation after the fact? Is there something, what's the city's role in handling or dealing with that after the fact? If the traffic does become just, you know, a real big problem. So.
Well, I can offer one thought on that. The conditions of approval say they're supposed to prepare a TDM plan, and we're supposed to approve it, and then they're supposed to implement it. And if they do all those things and we still have traffic nightmares, I suppose this is certainly not preferable, but I suppose we could get into a situation similar to what we had for the art.com sign, which is where conditions of approval were adopted and they complied with the conditions of approval, but it turned out that that wasn't adequate to still prevent the project from creating a public nuisance with regard to how bright the lights were. And there's another provision of the code that basically says if you violate any provision of the code, then you're subject to enforcement or revocation. And, you know, I would assume that traffic mess could probably be construed to fall into the same category, in which case we'd be back here to amend their conditions somehow. But that's not an ideal scenario. The best thing would be to solve it now before it gets approved.
That's all I had.
Well, I think that you're hearing from, so far, everybody that's been talking, that we think that we would really love to have your school in Emeryville, that it's a good project, it's a good service. Nobody seems to have any serious issues with the buildings, with the classrooms, with all that. But we are really, really concerned about the traffic issues, and I would suggest that we ask for at least some consultant or someone with traffic expertise to take a look and help really specify, you know, see what needs to be done to prevent things that, like the image that you see on the screen with people behind cars in diagonal parking spaces and blocking in people. I mean, I don't know whether it's designating the number of people that have to direct traffic, or whether it is restriping parking so that the flow works better, or what it is. But I think that we need to have some really specific looking at this, just given the constraints of the street and the existing, there's a lot of pinch points. There's a lot of pinch points. 63rd Street does have a traffic signal at San Pablo, so that's a good thing. People will be directed from San Pablo down 63rd, but again, if they're coming from Hollis or Stanford, they're going to come up Doyle Street, the Bike Boulevard, and just, I would like to see somebody quantify it a little bit more for me to feel comfortable with that. But it, you know, I would like to see that happen because I'd like to see the project go forward.
I mean, I was thinking also schools often have sort of certain times of the day there's no parking, it's just drop off and pick up, and that kind, like what, yeah, I think that needs to be considered as well.
Yeah, I guess repeat everybody else's comments. I recently did a child development center in San Francisco that was about this size, and I think there were 18 parking spaces, and every time I'd visit, I'd have to go find parking somewhere else. A lot of it was staff, and parents would, there was a drop-off area, and I guess the other thing is parents really seem to want to be able to come in and, you know, bring their kids in, or if their kids are having, or if their kids are new, or want to bring something in to their kids, and so the whole drop-off thing, I mean, I'm sure it works for some, but I'm sure some parents aren't going to, just be willing to drop their kids off at the street, at the curb, and are going to want to actually be able to come in. And aside from, and so whatever the employee trip reduction program is, I think it really needs to be a strong incentive for the employees to use mass transit or walk. And I mean, a Clipper card, pre-charged, and based on whatever, some kind of study of what a typical trip would be for the staff, I think would be one possibility. Aside from that, I guess the only other comment I had was the green tile on the elevator tower. I know it's meant to sort of play off of the green screen, but I'm worried it's going to look like some of these elevator towers that we've seen from the past where they did mosaic tile and ends up kind of looking like a latrine or something. So I don't know, but that was it.
Well, I share some of the similar concerns. I'm not very concerned about the employee parking. I do think the employees will, figure out places to park or to otherwise get to work. But I am concerned about a little bit about the pickup and drop off, mostly drop off. But I do want to give the applicant a chance to sort of prove themselves. I mean, I think they do have a very good transportation management plan that they've put together. And this is, I mean, compared to most of I've worked on several private school projects in my day job, and compared to those, this is a pretty small school. And in my experience, pickup and drop-off management is something that private schools do very well, because they kind of live or die by it. And so that's why I say I would like to give the applicant a chance to show us that they can do it, because I think that they probably can. I just think that, I think pick up and drop off, I think kind of like Commissioner Cardoza said, I think they kind of tend to be a little, they can kind of tend to be a little overhyped sometimes. But they do, they occur for a very short period of time, and if they're managed properly, the impact can be managed and can be mitigated. And so I would like to ask the staff if there's a way that we could approve this use permit, but reserve the right to revisit the conditions, specifically the transportation management plan, like say within 6 months of the certificate of occupancy or something like that?
Yeah, we actually were talking about that over here. I would suggest you could add a condition to the effect that the applicant shall report to the planning director on, their operations within 6 months of beginning of operation, and if there proves to be a traffic problem, then the TDM plan can be adjusted as necessary to address it.
I like that idea, but I don't want them coming to you and reporting something. I'd like to have more of a field experience, and if you can't do that because of staffing, is maybe put out a question to the outlying businesses. How has this experience been for you in your business operations? Not just taking the word from the school that, hey, everything's fine, we're doing a great job. I'd like to know more tangible. Like, are the neighbors that are using that parking lot that might be blocked by these cars, do they have any complaints?
We could reword it to say that staff shall review the operations, within 6 months of the beginning of operations, and then adjust the TDM accordingly or whatever. Would that do it for you?
That would, but would it also, how would we also get the point, because I agree with Commissioner Donaldson that I think we need to have this looked at before it actually happens, before they spend a tremendous amount of money into doing this. So is there a way we can approve the project, move it forward, but yet still get some kind of traffic study done to say that, yes, the TMP that they've presented will work, or no, I think that's got a few holes in it. I agree with Commissioner Donaldson that needs to be looked at.
As part of your review, the TDM? Let's see.
Well, I suppose we could do that. Typically, we like to have any studies like that done before it gets to you for approval. But I believe the conditions currently say that a TDM plan will be submitted to and approved by the director. We could require a study like that as part of that approval process.
Gail, does that fit your interests?
And make any adjustments that are recommended by whoever reviews it for us.
Probably so. I mean, because I think it's more than just how many staff are out there. I think it's really looking at what is happening with the parking striping and the zones and timing and all that kind of stuff, because it just seems like it's trying to fit something into a space that is really not set up for that, and that it needs to be looked at not just from the site perspective and the staffing perspective, but really the circulation on that street and how that would work. And maybe it is a no parking from 7 to 9:30 in the morning or something like that. I don't know, but I would like somebody to look at it.
So is that something that would happen if there was a problem?
No, it would be if they're supposed to submit a transportation demand management plan to the director, then it would be supplemented by someone else taking a look and making suggestions on how to make it work right.
You think it's something like Fair and Peers or Kimberly Horn or something like that? But an outside consulting agency?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And is that something they could review just from the documents they're providing and what you look at, that they could just say, yeah, this is a good plan, or is it something they have to physically? Yeah.
They review things for us
all the time.
And offer suggestions to how to make it work better. That's their expertise.
So this is something that could happen in tandem with the school moving forward? How long of the process does that take usually when things are reviewed? But,
well,
just from some
assuming
papers.
It's not a big contract that doesn't require city council approval, which I don't think it would be. I believe this condition is required, prior to issuance of building permit?
Occupancy.
Is it occupancy?
Yeah, it's on page 15.
Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, right, okay. Well, they've got a while. Yes, the short answer is yes. Okay. It could be concurrent with review and approval of building permit and construction, and it wouldn't be until the end of that the TDM plan is required. So we'd have that whole time for a consultant to be looking at it.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. With that and that condition and the other condition I made, I'm kind of ready to make a motion myself on this, but I wanted to ask one question, and it's kind of off the cuff, and you may not know the answer, but do we have any idea what the level of vehicles on Doyle are currently and compared to what the maximum level of a bicycle boulevard is? Are we really close to that? Are we halfway there? Do we know that at all?
I think we might have reviewed that as part of our ped bike plan. My recollection, I don't know if you recall this, but the ped bike plan kind of splits the city in half along Hollis Street, and it says that east of Hollis, the maximum number of vehicles on a bike boulevard, I believe, is 1,500.
Oh, okay.
And west of Hollis, it's 3,000.
Yeah.
In recognition of the fact that it's more, residential to the east. And I believe that Horton Street was the only street in the city that was over the maximum, which would indicate that Doyle Street must have been below 1,500.
Right. So if we're looking at
I think Doyle Street's pretty low right now. I mean, it doesn't go through anywhere. But,
Right.
so this would be directing traffic that is not currently on there and increasing it, certainly not up to a level of 1,500. The thing is that because it's part of the bike path that comes through, a Class 1 bike path, that we get more bicycle traffic than you get on a lot of other bicycle boulevards, I think, because there aren't that many cars right now.
Right.
So there are more people riding with their kids in trailers that I see when I drink my coffee in the morning, every morning, so.
Yeah, I'm thinking that if 177 students were all being brought by a single car, double that by a trip coming in and then picking up the students, I don't know that it's going to increase it. That's a
I'm
little over
looking more
300
at
cars
just
a day.
conflicts,
Yeah.
turning conflicts, turning on, coming up and turning around on a couple of blocks just to get in, and people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's I think Fair and Piers looking at, or a traffic consultant looking at it would be really good. I'm also curious. I saw that there was that you're going to need an exception from the Department of State architect because of the lack of outdoor space for the kids. How long does that process take?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
We don't have to do a DSA approval because we're not a public institution.
Oh, okay.
But is it
We have to do the
Department of Social Services?
Oh, okay.
And that can happen upon approval as soon as we move forward. We received a 50% waiver at our San Francisco campus because it's in an urban area. And those are not uncommon in and around this area. I mean, there's local schools in Oakland, Berkeley, who have that or more.
Okay.
So it's not something new to them.
I think this issue came up with ECCL also. Only, I guess that's DSA or whoever it is.
For
But
public schools?
There is one more traffic concern about 63rd and Doyle that comes up often, is that people that are coming west on 63rd Street come up to Doyle Street and don't realize that it's not a four-way stop. And I've seen so many almost accidents there. It's so that needs to be taken into account as well. I just want that for the record.
Yeah.
It
That
happens
type of thing
all
would-
the time.
That type of thing would definitely be something that I think should be looked at in a traffic study, whether there's a sign warranted.
is the stop sign on 63rd or on Doyle?
The stop sign is on 63rd, and the cross traffic on Doyle has the right of way and does not have a stop sign. Yet the people at 63rd just figure, oh, it's a four-way stop sign, and then barrel right in front of all kinds of bicyclists and cars. And I see it all the
I would
time.
be hesitant to recommend a stop sign, another stop sign on a bike
I think
boulevard.
that there needs to be a
But
sign saying
Cross
cross traffic does not stop. That would
Yes.
solve it, but that is
Yeah.
one of those things that I've been hoping for on all along Doyle, and I think this would be a great time to put that sign up.
I suppose we could add that as a condition.
I'm going to.
Good.
I
do that.
coming across Tuesday when I was looking at this, I was confused. Do I only have a stop here, or do the bicycles do? So if there aren't any more questions, I'd like to make a motion if we're ready. So I make a motion that we approve the condition approval, that we add in the condition that we do a concurrent traffic study, and in that we look at the Doyle Street impacts. Another condition approval that if it goes through, that at the intersection of 63rd and Doyle, that we put in a cross traffic does not stop on the 63rd Street side, both east and west direction. And I'd like to put in the condition approval that I said that if we do kind of realize that this is a problem and we need to look at traffic parking mitigation measures, that whatever the city does do, that the LaPorte School either pay for or contribute to, and whether that's making parking restrictions during a certain time, taking out parking places, putting in a green curve for 2-hour parking only, whatever the city decides that we need to do to mitigate that. And we may not have to do anything. It may be perfect, and this never comes to truth.
Is this part of a six-month review?
No, it's a condition of approval that if a year later the population of the school is fully occupied and they find that it's just not working and we need to do something with the parking on that street to make it work better, that there's some financial contribution from the school to pay for that.
After the fact?
After the fact. Why would we charge them for something we don't know is going to happen yet? It's just an idea that if it becomes a problem, they contribute to helping fix it.
Could the traffic reduction program be considered as part of the traffic study? I mean,
well, I'm sure that they'll use that to study
Yeah.
the traffic. I'm sure that
instead of trying to have that as a penalty later on, actually have that as something that they're considering within the traffic study.
Yeah, I mean, if there needs to be restriping or something, curbs cut, et cetera,
Or
that
even
should be
clipper
part
cards
of.
or,
And also, I would like to,
Yeah.
friendly amendment to.
Yeah, and I would put that they do clipper cards as well as part of the traffic mitigation measures. But I'm just concerned that we do all these things, and we still have employees that choose to drive because it's still cheaper and easier, and we still have cars stacking up 6 or 8 every morning, and delivery trucks can't make their deliveries. When we're 8 months into this project being open, if we don't put in a condition of approval, and when the city decides we have to fix the parking on the street, we're going to pocket that whole expense because of LaPorte's impacts.
Well,
and I just want to protect our financial future for future impacts or mitigating the impacts that the school has caused.
Well, that's
Yeah,
gonna
because
kill
even
the
though
deal.
this is,
You can't have an open obligation
but,
like that.
well, we can continue to talk about that, but what I was going to say is that right now we have a 6-month requirement for staff to go and check things out, but as I think the applicant mentioned, a lot of businesses on this street are in the process, they're in transition. So 6 months from now, there may be a high vacancy rate, and there may not be an issue or with conflicts with other, businesses, but later on down the road, when these buildings get leased, then there should be some mechanism to deal with that when the reality of it, takes place.
Yeah, because if the school is confident in their program is going to work, there will be no cost. This is just a safety valve that if that caused a problem that they didn't foresee, if it was an unforeseen circumstance, they realized that cause was by them, and they're willing to help us finance the fix for the problem.
Well, you'd have to quantify it. I mean, you just can't have an open checkbook.
I don't think there's amount in it at all. That's just my suggestion.
Yeah, well,
You don't have to vote on that.
I don't understand the
as
condition.
far as the quantifying it, there's only a finite number of things you can do to address that situation, whether it's painting the curb or doing a no parking for several hours or restriping or whatever. So it's finite.
So I did not hear the 6-month review in Commissioner Keller's motion.
That would be there.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry I missed that.
All right. So if I would suggest, I agree with Commissioner Cardoza. I have a concern about being basically an open-ended blank check kind of a condition. You could have a scenario where 10 years from now there's a problem that doesn't exist today, and under that condition they'd be obligated to pay to fix it. I would suggest that we have the traffic consultant review the TDM, and that you give me the authority to revise, modify the TDM, and maybe reasonable conditions to address whatever issues the consultant identifies. And of course, if the applicant doesn't like what comes out of that process, they would always have the recourse to come back to the commission and plead their case. But so we do the consultant review and then tweak the TDM plan as necessary. Then we do a 6-month review after operation starts and see what problems there might still be, and have the applicant, fix those, and then we're done.
With that and with the confusion that the commission has, I would agree with that and remove my other condition.
So, Charlie, would the consultant review be just of the TDM, or would it also be of the physical circulation drop-off situation?
Both.
Good, okay.
All right.
So do you want to read back the motion so they all understand it?
Probably restate the.
Let's see if I got it. So it would be to approve with amended conditions to require that staff hire a consultant to review the TDM plan and make whatever modifications the consultant recommends to the TDM plan. Then 6 months after operation, staff will review the situation and see if there's a problem. And if there is a problem, then the conditions will be further modified, or the TDM plan will be further modified to address that problem. And we will have cross-traffic does not stop signs at the 63rd and Oil intersection.
Could you just add TDM and circulation?
Oh, okay. Well, I have traffic study down here,
Okay.
but yeah, TDM and circulation.
Yeah.
And in that TDM, would that also include the commitment to provide, say, a prepaid Clipper card for employees? I would like to.
Well, I didn't have that explicitly. Do you want to add that?
I'd like to make that
think that should come up in your study if that's necessary.
Yeah, I
That is
agree.
explored.
I would like to see it explored as part of the, maybe some portion is paid by the school to incentivize public transit.
Have we
So-
ever done that with any other business in Emeryville?
Well, we've required easy passes on the recent residential projects.
But this project
how long
isn't-
was that
But
for? Like 10 years or something?
This is a for-profit business. Have we ever required that of any business in Emeryville?
It doesn't meet the parking demand, so this is a great.
Oh,
I don't-
But they
I
also,
don't-
but they also don't have enough employees to qualify for Easy Pass.
Yeah, I was going to say, they probably don't. You need a certain minimum number. The residential projects would qualify because they had so many units. This probably wouldn't, but Clipper card, anybody can get Clipper cards.
Yeah. It's just basically, if that could be included in the
Study.
So
I'm not sure
include a
who's-
consideration of Clipper cards for employees as part of the TDM plan.
Correct.
Do you want to,
Okay.
I'm with that.
do you want to get the applicant's response to any of this?
They feel they would like to.
You okay? Yes?
I understand all of your guys' concerns and traffic. All that we would ask is that you don't burden us in the future to resolve any traffic issues that may extend beyond us.
We
So any of the
remove
other-
that.
Any of the other tenants that may cause traffic who are currently there may come in. We don't want to have all eyes turned to us and say, the 177-student school is causing all these problems, and we want you to fix those on our stretch of street when there's much larger tenants who are here who may have a lot more employees traveling that road, and having us fix it for the whole entire city. That's all I would
Reassured,
ask.
we'd remove that.
Okay,
Right.
that's all I would ask.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just,
Sarah
we're a
pointed out.
small guy.
Sorry, Sarah pointed out we have a sort of a parallel condition about an employee trip reduction program. I think we're talking about both, right? We're
Yes.
talking about the whole thing.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Commissioner Donaldson? Okay, you ready to vote? Let's see. Commissioner Cardoza?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Gunkel?
Aye.
Commissioner Keller?
Aye.
Commissioner Coomerly?
Aye.
Vice Chair Tan?
Aye.
Chair Moss?
Aye.
7 ayes, the application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. This is a good job.
That's it?
Go back to the park.
I think so. So I think our next item tonight is the Christie Avenue Park redesign and expansion.
And with that, we will be leaving you for now.
Thanks. May we have the staff report, please?
Videos are now online on YouTube, so I'll go back and revisit what they said.
Excuse me, Maru? Are we going to get the entire sort of back and forth on all of those proposed conditions, or, because we haven't had a chance to read the stuff?
I'll walk you through.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, Commission. This is the Christie Avenue Park FTP in front of you for consideration for approval. This is sort of the evolution of the park design. As you can see, they've been working since almost a year now. They've included community meetings. It's been through Parks and Rec Committee meeting twice, and it has also gone through City Council Committee meeting and as well as Planning Commission. The last committee or the entity to review the project was the Planning Commission in October. At that October Planning Commission study session, the Commission was generally satisfied and did not have additional comments regarding the proposal. So just to take you through, this is the approved marketplace plan, and you can see where the Christie Avenue Park was envisaged. And this is an overview of the existing Christie Park, and the red lines show the extension of the proposed new plan. This was the park design that was shown at the City Council study session, and one of their main comments was regarding the main path. They wanted that straightened. And you saw this at the October Commission, at the October study session. And the proposal today has not changed much to that extent. So we have a dog park, we've got a children's park, and the rest of the area is mainly for a lawn area for respite and general hangout. I'm not going to go through each elements of the park design. I'm going to let that let the applicant walk you through that, just to remind you again as to what you've seen in October. A couple of things I would like to point out and that I would focus on is the tree removal plan. So in addition to what is in front of you, which is an FDP, you are also here to consider removal of a number of street trees. So the initial tree removal plan included removal of almost all the trees except one, which is in green. After consultation with the city arborist and a lot of back and forth, what has been agreed upon is preservation of the additional 3, 4, 5 trees. And this was shown to you at the October study session as well, and this has not changed. So you are looking at removal of 51 trees, of which 40 are on public property, which is the existing Christie Park, and these 40 are the ones that need a tree removal permit. In addition to the tree removal, our tree ordinance requires that there's a requirement of plant the replacement trees to be of equal or cumulative diameter and the payment of replacement value fee. The project proposes to plant 43 new trees, and although the final size of the trees to be planted will be decided by the planning director in consultation with the city arborist. And this was discussed at the October Planning Commission study session, where the city arborist mentioned that we do not know what the existing soil conditions are, and therefore it is very difficult to recommend the size of the trees at this point. And therefore we have a condition of approval that before they actually plant, we would have the information on the soil conditions, and the city arborist would provide a recommendation to the planning director regarding the final size. The staff is recommending that the commission waive the requirement of the replacement trees size and the payment of replacement value fee for a couple of reasons. One is that we don't quite know what the final size is, and the reasons for that is that we don't have the adequate information for the city arborist to make a determination, and also the applicant is undertaking the cost of design and construction of an expanded park, and this park design has been achieved through a lot of public community input as well as various committees' input. And I think a good faith effort has been made by the applicant to preserve as many trees as possible. And it is for this reason that we are recommending that the fee be waived. There was also an idea of this is what was the city council wanted to see, that the park design allow in the future expansion onto the north of onto the south of the park. This is the city-owned parcel, and we didn't, and that was the direction that was given by the city council, and so the applicant has given a rough schematic to show that the current proposal will allow any future expansion. So in terms of, in order to approve this plan, you have to ensure that it conforms to the general plan and is consistent with the approved PUD/PDP. So the general plan designation of the existing park is park and open space, and of the expansion area is MUR. The zoning for the existing park is park and open space, and for the expanded area is planned unit development. The proposed park does conform with the approved PUD in terms of location, size, and inclusion of a pedestrian access through the park connecting Christie Avenue to the public market. And the approved PUD/PDP does include a 6,000 square feet of retail pad within the park, but that pad is omitted. But we believe that the park is in compliance as there are adequate retail uses near the park. All right, let's see if we can. So the park is also in conformance with the city's parks and recreation plan, and these are the various elements that the plan outlines for this site, and staff believes that the proposed design is in compliance. Now, I would like to direct your attention to a couple of conditions of approval. One is regarding the plant palette, which I had mentioned, that the final plant palette, including the size of the plants, shall be approved by the planning director on the advice of the city arborist. And if there are any questions regarding the proposed plant palette, the city arborist is here, if you have any questions for him. Oops, sorry. The other condition of approval I would like to highlight is regarding the lighting plan. So our condition mentions that all the lights along Christie Avenue as well as public right-of-way conform to the city lights, which are Lumec lights, and all the lights within the park conform to the lights that we have on our greenway, and that's what the condition says. In addition, the condition also calls for lights along the path here, and this is directly in response to the concern that was presented by the police department regarding the lighting. So this is a photometric study. So this, this little things that kind of show you where the light will, what the light will be once these poles are installed, and you can see that this entire area will be in darkness, and the police did have a concern regarding that. The police department also had a concern regarding having perhaps more lighting along this path, but we kind of discussed it, and he was satisfied that lights along Christie Avenue would be adequate to light this portion of the park.
But I would just like to chime in here and say the condition also requires that this photometric study be redone to cover the entire park, and if any portion of the park turns out to be underlit, that additional lighting would be provided to my satisfaction.
I had a quick, I was wondering, there seemed to be, say, over on the left side here, just a couple of measurements, right? And then almost no measurements. So I'm glad to hear that, yeah.
So that's what this condition is. So before I move forward, now I would like to draw your attention to a couple of documents. One is this letter received today in the afternoon from City Center Realty. If you can please pull that out and go to page 3. And then you also have a memo from staff, which is this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through the conditions that the City Center Realty have recommended. And how I would do is, so our response has been, it's a mixed response. We don't agree with some of their options or recommendations. We agree with some of them. With couple, we have made some modifications to the language that they propose. So we do agree, but we've done a little bit further wordsmithing. And so that's what I'm going to walk you through. So where it says, under conditions on page 3 of the City Center Realty, and I would suggest that I'm sure the applicant is also following through. All right, so the first one is their suggestion that all the conditions bind to the owner and not to the applicant. We do not agree with this recommendation. Number 2 is regarding compliance with approvals where they want to retain the existing private development monument sign on the site. Our position is that although the existing monument sign is currently on private property, that will become a public property, and we do not wish to see advertising essentially a private development, and it would be in effect an off-site advertisement. So that is the reason why we do not agree with their number 2. Number 3 bullet point, we do agree, and so we, in the memo that staff has prepared, it shows that this condition will be removed. Regarding bullet number 4 of their letter, they wanted clarification of who the Bay City's Joint Powers Insurance Authority is. This entity is the insurer of the city, so therefore their inclusion in the indemnification is appropriate. And therefore, we do not agree with their bullet number 4. Bullet number 5 on page 4. This again is regarding indemnification, and we do not agree with their request. Regarding bullet number 6, we generally agree with the intent of their recommended changes. We have offered a little difference in the wordsmithing of it, and that's in the memo that you have in front of you. And so if the applicant has any objections to that, then I'm from them. Bullet number 7 on page 4 of their letter, we accept that, and we are okay with that, and that is included in the memo. Bullet number 8 and bullet number 9, which is at the bottom of page 4 and top of page 5. These are 2 conditions regarding street improvements. They have made some modifications. We do not agree with these modifications, and the Public Works Director is present here, and he can explain if you have any questions regarding those conditions. So bullet number 10, this is a typo that they have pointed out, and we have no objections to that, and that's been included in the memo. Bullet number 11, regarding their request for clarification that the tree protection plan be required for trees that are going to be preserved. We don't have an issue with that, and we accept that. Bullet number 12, this, we do have a, we do, let's see what this, yes, we do sort of agree with it. I believe, just let me just check, no.
We modified it.
No, we did. We modified it.
No, we do not agree with it. Sorry, bullet number 12, we do not agree, and so there's no changes to that. Regarding 13 and 14, we have combined that into one condition with modifications, and that is in the memo.
Maru?
Yes.
Can I just, so,
Sure.
So 13 we did agree with, so we modified condition 4A3. And we do not agree to amend condition 4A4 because the prior provision where we've agreed to add language to condition 4A3, and it reads, the terms and conditions of the public improvement agreement as approved by the City Council may modify the provisions of condition of approval numbers 4A4, 4B1, and 4C1. And so their item number 14 is asking to, in fact, modify condition 4A4, and we've already agreed by revising this one condition that the project improvement agreement that the council will approve can in fact modify that condition further. So I'm not interested in getting into a debate with them at this point in time. We can do that when we negotiate the project improvement agreement and bring it to the council.
Okay, moving on, page 6 of their letter, bullet number 15. This is a request to include a condition regarding the city transfer of a corner of the parcel to the owner in fee. We feel that this would be handled when the FTP for parcel C comes before approval. So we do not agree at this time. Regarding number 16, damage to public facilities, we do not agree, and the reason is that during construction, it is possible that the construction-related activities may have an impact or damage areas of the city which are not just in project construction. So, there may be some damages on Shell Mound while they're working on the park. So we do not agree. Bullet number 17, we are okay with that. We do agree with the suggested change, except that the placement of the trees, they want that to be approved by the planning director. We have changed that to the public works director because we believe that this is more within his preview. Bullet number 18, this is regarding the bay-friendly certification. We do not have an objection to that, so we agree on that. Page 7 of the letter, bullet number 19. So this is the lighting condition. We do not agree with the changes for the reasons explained earlier. Bullet number 20, we do not agree because we do know that the East Bay Mud will be building a water main, so there's nothing to be determined if this is going to happen or not. We know this for a fact that it is going to happen. Bullet number 21, we do not. We do not agree to that.
Well, we actually believe we should.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Yes, pardon me. Thank you.
That's all right.
We agree, and we recommend that this condition be eliminated. So I'm sure you got that right. So, I mean, essentially, I think the best would be to kind of hear from the applicant regarding, what our response to their letter is, and then take it from there rather than going through the various questions. If they have no issues, then, we are done with this. So that kind of concludes my presentation. Oh, one more thing. Attached to the memo presented by staff is also a revised resolution, and the only change to that is on page 3 of the resolution, and this is a request from the applicant, which kind of documents that the waiver of the plant replacement trees of equal diameter and the payment of the value fee. So that's something that was requested by the applicant, and we have introduced that. So that concludes my presentation. So subject to the conditions of approval in the staff report that you received, as well as subject to the conditions, revised conditions in the memo that was given to you this evening. So with that, if you have any questions from me, I'll be happy to answer. Otherwise, the applicant will walk you through the design of the park one more time.
Any questions from our room? Do you have a question?
Thank you. The applicant will receive credit for construction, dedication and construction of the park against what would otherwise be impact fees, correct?
Correct.
Not
and that
necessarily.
It's to be determined.
That has to be approved by the city council.
Right.
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify in my head the relationship between the credit they get against what their obligations are in terms of building the park and in terms of replacing the trees, and see what, just to sort it out a little in my head. I understand that they will be planting trees and that the size of the trees is not determined, but we're going to lose a bunch of trees, so I'm wondering whether that should be factored into the equation.
I mean, keep in mind that the number of trees that they are removing is 40, and they are replanting more trees. So and the question of the diameter of the trees is, it's not really their fault at this point. And I think it would behoove us to plant trees which have a good chance of doing well, rather than...
I agree.
So just to elaborate a little bit more on the development impact fee issue, I think that issue and the urban forestry ordinance issue about tree payments are really separate issues, and they shouldn't be confused, because that would be confusing.
It's confusing.
But the park itself will not be subject to development impact fees because it doesn't create any building square footage. And that's what impact fees are based on. So if they're going to get a credit for the development impact fees for building the park, the park fee, that would be against the other buildings that they're proposing, and that's something we would have to negotiate with them. In any event, the most credit they could get would be however much the impact fee would have been for whatever those other buildings are, which may not equal the cost to actually build the park.
Okay.
They're not going to get necessarily paid back for the entire cost of the park. They will get possibly some or all of a credit for some or all of the other FTP buildings.
Thank you.
Make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
And are the street trees on the opposite side of the park on Market Drive and on 63rd in consideration as part of the trees that are being planted?
The trees along 63rd
on the opposite side of the park that are shown on the design?
On the east side.
So both on Market Drive and on 63rd Street, there are street trees shown?
Correct.
Opposite side of the park. Is that part of this project?
Yes, but not the trees along the building under construction. That's already been planted. Trees along 64th and Christie residential building that is under construction, that planting has already occurred.
Well, the plan shows little dashed lines around those trees, and the legend says future development. So their proposal, I believe, the ones on the east side of Market Drive,
yes,
around that block, they wouldn't be put in now.
That's
because when they build the grocery store and the residential over there, those trees are going to be in the way.
Right. So it's actually an even swap of trees. They're installing 40 trees, they're removing 40 trees, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, in terms of street trees.
No, in terms of inside the park.
Oh, inside the park, yes.
Okay.
Maria, the only, when I was looking through this packet of plans, this plan set, the only drawing that I could find that was actually a site plan is called preliminary design concept. But just to be clear, this is the final plan, right? I mean, this is no longer preliminary.
That is correct. So sheet G...
That should be changed.
12?
G12.
G12, yeah.
Is the plan, and then subsequent sheets from G13 to, it kind of then divides up the park in different, so this is the plan.
Okay, thank you.
So would you like to hear from the applicant at this point?
I don't know if this is a question for the applicant or for staff, but is the dog park area the only area that will be open to dogs?
I believe dogs are allowed in all city parks.
Not at Doyle Hollis Park.
No?
No.
Oh, I stand corrected. But I guess we don't have a rule about this park. Are they allowed in Christie Park? They're not. Oh.
They do, but they're not. Not allowed in a lot of parks, but
I guess
they
not.
exist anyway.
I mean, I just see the gate. It seems like it's fenced off. It's got like a double barrier exit. Seems like the intention is that that's where the dogs are and that they're not to go anywhere else, or at least off leash. And I just wanted clarification.
I think the dog park is where they can be unleashed. I think that's the idea of Big White. There's the fence, but I'm not, in terms of the rest of the park, there is no reason one way or the other. In any case, usually dogs need to be leashed in open areas.
Yeah, that generally is the requirement under the city's code, and I do know that there is a sort of a work item that we do have in conjunction, I believe, with the Parks and Recs Committee, is to look at sort of issues regarding, where dogs can and cannot be, which parks they're going to be allowed into, and things of that nature. So it's somewhat of a moving target in terms of the policy direction that eventually the council will make on that issue.
Thanks, Maru. All right, so we'll go ahead and invite the applicant up.
Good evening, commissioners. It's good to see you again. As you know, we've been working for over 18 months with the community, with the staff, to come up with a plan that we feel and the community feels will be responsive to their needs and desires. As Maru pointed out, we held 2 community meetings. We met with the Parks and Rec Committee twice, the BPAC Committee twice. We're in front of you folks twice, numerous meetings with the staff. We think it's all been a great process. It's allowed us to, and I think you've seen that the plan has evolved and it's become a good plan that is responsive to the community. We hope that you'll feel the same way tonight as you review the plans. I'd like to ask our architects, Aaron Ashley and Ann Howerton, to come up and walk you through the plan if you'd like. And then I'd like to comment afterwards on Maru's comments relative to the conditions.
Ann and I were just talking and thinking that we see you so frequently, and you maybe know this park so well that we're happy to kind of go as far as you want or just answer questions. But what we thought we'd do is just kind of reel back to October, play through what we've done since, and then take it from there, depending on how you feel. So I think we all know where the park is. Just kind of reeling back to the original PDP, where the park had an anticipated expansion to the north. We talked a lot about phasing when we were together last month and in December, and I just wanted to kind of play it out for you again so you could see the park in context. The focus of the project is still to get the Shellmount Street realignment and the grocery store in place first, and that on the heels of that, go into construction on the park so that it would be complete before delivery of residential buildings. And that was sort of the general intent of the PDP. And so we didn't want to let the effort linger, so we thought we'd go through with the FDP approval, even though the idea is to kind of complete it on the heels of the grocery store. Even beyond the May 29th community meeting at Hyatt, we'd worked with staff in March of last year, and I was just thinking, my son turned 1 this week, and I had a community meeting for this project the night before he was born, so it's sort of intimately measured in my life. But so anyways, it's been a kind of a frequent moving target, and I think it's more so than any aspect of what we've been working on, this has been shaped by the community. And going back to those first diagrams, which were really the community's diagrams, that we were just the hand that put it on paper. It's been a really enjoyable process. I'll turn it over to Ann and kind of just step through a few of the pieces, and then, we'll leave it up to you.
We're pretty sure you remember a whole lot of this, and there are probably some issues you want to spend more time on, so we won't belabor it, but we thought we'll flash forward. We'll make sure we've covered everything again. So here we are. This is the park with the expansion piece identified and the combined acreage and the adjacent uses. Oh, whoops, wrong way. Technologically challenged. Here's the interesting scale comparison with Doyle Hollis Park, which you know intimately. And what's so interesting about it is it's really an equivalent size park at Christie with slightly different dimensions. It's almost like somebody squeezed the same acreage into a slightly different shape. And And I keep thinking it in terms of 6 tennis courts. It's really a fairly intimate park setting, although very important to the design of the adjacent neighborhood and what's about to happen there. Okay, I'm gonna go this way. No, sorry, okay, here we go. These are the views that you're very familiar with. That in the upper left, moving right, there's that all-important walkway towards the park stage is at the upper right. That's being slated for removal under this proposed plan. There's the big berm in the lower right, again slated for removal. Everybody in the community meetings and so on said, you know, it really is not benefiting the ability to be visually and accessibly using this park. And in fact, the wind swirls. So that's the story. And then, of course, looking to the north, the lower right view is the building that's under construction. Okay, here we go. Here's the all-important shadow study, or let's call it the sun study. This is how it is now, analyzing the swing of sun to shade over a day. Just sort of average to give you a sense of where we're going to have morning sun, where we have sun all day right now, and where we have afternoon sun only under the shadow of the office tower that's to the east of the public market. Here's what happens if, with development, the city land parcel due south, contemplated as perhaps 5 stories, would have its effect on sun. And the important thing to note is that sun all day pocket that's central to the park is something we've designed around in our advancing of the design. Here's where we were in July when we first met with you. We'd already met with the committee, with the community input, and we'd met with staff. We had reviewed your master plan for parks generally in Emeryville and what was slated for and contemplated for this park, and we've summarized it on this drawing again for you. It's interesting that as we've moved forward over this year of successive refinements and meetings and inputs, that we're still holding on to and considering a lot of important issues that were identified early on. And so I think without getting into it too much, we can come back to this if you'd like. Let's flash forward. When we met with you in October, this is what the plan had looked like. Finally, we were drawing something. We had had a lot of input, and we decided to put pencil to paper and assign the program elements, give some life to this and some spatial considerations. So here you see the program that had been identified for us, and we made an attempt to put it on the plan. And even here, you can already see the playground is allocated its space. There is a park plaza that's directly on axis with what is now called our 62nd Street Plaza Street, and the dog park has attained definition. There's circulation, and there are certain elements of the program that are hearkening back to the plan and the inputs that we've received. Here are the updates. Just to flash forward, the last time we met with you, your input to us is summarized here, and I think the only thing I forgot, and I'll go back for a minute, is the all-important straightening pathway and the removal of a tree that you see on this drawing here. It's no longer present. There's the hand. That's gone. We heard you. The whole idea is to extend the Plaza Street at 62nd in and through the park, visually, so forth. Let's see, which one now? Forward? This one?
Down.
Okay, down. So let's just go through this quickly. Eliminated the movie screen. No one was really saying a lot of infrastructure was needed to dedicate to this idea. However, we do have GFI outlets in 3 key locations proximate to the large open lawn areas. So there's some flexible event use electrical being provided. We reduced the number of berms. That was another specific input from this group, and it was to increase the open lawn area. And so we have retained it, and we'll go back to the plan, and you can see how it's working now. The main pathway tree was selected to be a larger canopy tree, not at the time of the commission meeting, but in subsequent feedback and in working with the city arborist and with our own consulting arborist. In addition, again, a recommendation from one of the commissioners, addition of the New Zealand Christmas tree species was finally selected to play a major role in the park. In terms of park and street lighting, we were asked to study and think about an idea to illuminate the park, and we have done so in concert with a lighting consultant. And again, more on this I'm sure to come, but we have added street lights along 63rd Street and along Market Drive, as well as addressing the light levels along the main pathway. In fact, we've made several iterations and adjustments until we were very comfortable that we were providing an excellent level of light along that all-important element of circulation. Finally, we are recommending and had recommended an alternate pedestrian pole light for consideration on the main path with a full cutoff. And in fact, this is one of your two standards. The City Plaza standard is simply advocating a shorter pole in scale with that park pathway versus the Greenway standard. Fully realizing you have two standards in play, but I understand in talking with LUMAC that this has precedent in some of your other plaza spaces. And we simply are thinking holistically about the environment of apartment dwellers and families that surround virtually four sides of this park, and what will it be like if we fully illuminate the park as a consequence of all pathways, and use a fixture that in fact emits light as opposed to being a dark, fully shielded fixture. A consideration, and we're just simply putting it forward as professionals. Finally, landscape design has been supplemented with preliminary civil engineering. We now know more about the stormwater BMPs on Market Drive and have facilitated that with biofiltration plantings. Here's the plan. One of the commissioners was saying, which plan? This is the plan. It's the final design before you now. And you can see that the elements have, it may not be easy to see, but we've responded to the previous slide. We have tweaked it. You can see the straightness of the main path, the absence of that tree that we talked about at the plaza entry from 62nd. All the other features are really the same. We have picked up and tweaked the lighting, studied it, tweaked the plantings a little bit. Again, the tree selection is now in its iteration subject to further soils testing and a determination, which will again loop back to the city's arborist. This again, just to reflect on for a minute, very much unchanged, just the plaza changes. And I want to clarify one thing that gets misunderstood several times. At A, there are two elevated crosswalks to facilitate strong circulation from both sides of 62nd into the park.
So are those just like speed tables?
Yeah.
So the whole intersection is
very
raised?
broad and with an urban striping pattern as it worked into the hardscape.
The whole of 62nd
It's all
Street
elevated.
would be flush. And so this little gray band is really the ADA rumble pavement across a kind of a flush plaza that cars could move through. So this striping is just to say that's where you walk, even though it's all flush, and that it would slope down that 6 inches here.
And on the other side.
And here.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it looks like a shadow on the lower side. It makes it look like it's about 8 feet up.
Oh, it's very subtle.
Don't worry. I think this is a biofiltration planter separate from a...
yes. Yes. In fact, that's just a graphic to say, hey, where are we filtering some water?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, which way? This way?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it back and forth. Christie Avenue interest, just to reflect on it, I don't think this has changed since we've last shown you. It's programmatically the same. Of course, some discussion on lighting. This is the little social idea with the precedent sculpture at the corner of 63rd and Christie. Again, no movement on this particular item. Here's the playground. I think you're all familiar with it at this point. I can't think of anything other than the plaza and the definition on the access to the plaza. Here we are again, close-ups. I'd like you to look at the mounds. We have pushed back, doing a little less of that. You can see the areas with the designation C on them, and that's because area D needed to be larger to have flexible use. Okay. Here we are on the other side, again dropped the berms a little bit. Their presence on this side of the park is really to help that solitude idea, that respite idea of using that curved wall and having a little bit of claim some space. You're a little out of the fray of the main area where where a large activity could be taking place. It'll face some good pockets of sun, have a nice overview, and yet it's slightly defined.
Is it actually a retaining wall, or is it just a seat wall?
Slightly retaining, probably not fully retaining, because any undulations on the edges, I barely call them berms. They're just gentle movement in the landscape to allow to sit a little higher. It's going to help our trees with drainage, but it's really walkable into this park. And so it'll rise and then it'll settle a little bit and then be defined by a seat wall. Okay. Here's the dog park and the upper end of the park. Again, this program is unchanged.
I just want to say, so one question the commissioner raised, Commissioner Gunkel, about off-leash. You know, this is a photo that we photoshopped from New York where
Right.
dogs are let off-leash before 9 a.m., and it's kind of the social thing that you do in all the New York parks. We're not suggesting that. It's up to someone else to legislate that, but it could certainly be an idea for here.
And I think on that topic, before we move, and again, we're not advocating anything, we're neutral. I think it's Emeryville's business to decide what they want to do, but I'll remind you that your own plan of several years ago, 2011, said this was scheduled hours, off-leash, dog-friendly. But we didn't have any inputs on that, and the inputs were all circled on, please provide a dog park. So therefore, we are providing a dog park, and we are neutral on the issue of how dogs use this park. We've certainly provided the baggie dispensers at the entry points and are thinking about it, of course. Here's the hardscape just summarized with color tone so that you understand it well. We are a little bit pervious. We're as pervious as we can be. The dog park itself is pervious, and edging to the pink area is pervious. And this is in order to try and capture a little water within the park itself. There's a quick look at what these surfaces might be like. Not taken literally, though. Oops. There's the tree diagram again. I think, and we can spend more time on this, but I just want to say that this has been a thoughtful process. It's had a lot of input, a lot of careful consideration, and I thought I would just remind you of a few of the constraints on this park. One of them is soils. We don't know everything we need to know in order to make final determinations about trees, but we do know it's challenging right across the street, and early indications on Shell Mound are, okay, this is challenging. High water table, capping, some removal issues. Removal of the berm alone, the hardscape on the west side of Christie at the southwest half, in order to just expand the usable area of the park where it's all hardscape, and those trees are not doing well anyway from 20 to 29. It's a combination of issues, and we are doing our best to save the ones that the city arborist and our consulting arborist, Nelda Matheny of Hort Science, felt were the best, strongest candidates. And we are trying to thoughtfully reapply a replacement value of trees to this park, and we're being guided in the process as to size and species, working with the city's arborist. Okay? Here's the palette as it lays out, color-coded for you. Those large chartreuse dots are the live oaks, thought to create some character over time, developing eventually into a long-lived older species. The predominant tree is a bright green, and it's the Brisbane box, which is a bulletproof solution, coupled with the use of the New Zealand Christmas tree, which is the pink dot, and give us some flowering contrast and foliage contrast, but very durable, very suited to the conditions we think we face. And then finally, a little bit of water gum. It's being used to introduce a smaller tree where screening seems to be needed between the dog park and the little entry on the northwest, and also between the cars and the playground.
So this picture is a little different than the one in our packet. Is that, which one's?
Okay, I would advise you to look at the, Are you saying you're looking at the same diagram, but it looks a little different?
Yeah, there's different species on the one on the screen than there are on our packet. Could you,
Yeah.
page G23.
We'll look at this now.
23?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a typo on there.
Do you want to put that on the open?
Yeah. It's
That'd be great.
seemingly. I think this is a typo in recopying one of the older files.
Okay. So the what in our packet is correct.
The one in your packet is correct.
The one in your packet is correct. Is that all right? Acceptable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just wasn't
Great.
sure
We
which.
like it.
Yeah, well, I'm confused too, as you can see. Okay, go this way. Oops.
Here we go.
Can we, okay, this one?
Yeah, no, the down one.
It's down is next. I don't
down.
like that. Okay, here's our tree palette. Existing trees, the one magnolia, the one large healthy one, is being preserved in the middle of the pathway. We'll take steps to make sure it's happy. The London Plains, that's one of the actual trees. That's Christie Avenue in the upper left view, and that's one of the good ones. And then there's the palette, so you can see what the tree species look like. This is a ground cover tonal diagram showing you what's where. Obviously a large central lawn, and then those areas E are walkable but native grasses that can be mown or left unmown. And the idea is to keep a very soft character to those slightly undulating shapes that people will picnic on, play on. They can walk in anywhere basically, but the idea is to get as much usable area as we can in this park. The other little elements are providing some diversity of habitat, some butterfly coastal plantings that are low, tough, like the wind. And in fact, I'm very excited about this. I think it's going to be a unique place.
Who's taking care of the maintenance of this park?
Well, it's a city park.
Okay, so in terms of how you want things mown and unmown, I mean, is that a maintenance plan that you will pass off to the city?
Yes. I will make that all very clear in the design and very clear in the maintenance manual. Okay. So I don't think we have to look at pretty pictures too much. It's fun, but it's not really the business of the day. So I'm going to move forward. Here's site amenities. I think it's important to point these out. So for instance, at E, you can see where those 3 electrical points are, and we'll point them out for you. So that's, something new and specific. Can you think of anything else? Lighting. Let's point out the lighting. So this lighting pattern is the yellow symbol with the cross on it. That makes a nice band of illumination. We'll show you the photometric plan in a minute.
And continues up into the plaza.
Right. I think that's probably the key element there. I mean, obviously, I can show you those doggy dispensers. You want to do that? No.
Well, I think you've got it.
I think we've got it. Okay. We are using, as requested, all city standards, and there they are. The upper row are the city standards for your review, and the issue, of course, is the lighting standard in the upper left. And below are the things that are in the plan that it provided some imagery to answer your questions about materials or ideas. Okay, here's the photometric plan. A little hard to interpret. I think and it's true, it is concentrated on measuring where the lights are, not where the lights aren't. But philosophically, our opening position was make very good walkable edges around the park, make sure that Market Street, 63rd, pick up lighting, and the lighting's adequate along Christie. And then because this is a nighttime route, make sure that there's a very good, comfortable light level that's expanding out to either side beyond the path itself, creating a very safe and secure and friendly place to traverse the park. And that was our position, and I understand that there's a different point of view here, but I think it's worthy of reflection. On a 1.2 acre park, are we going to fill it with light, like lighted tennis courts, or in fact, is it more like Doyle? And we just looked at it online, and I'll just remind you they used far fewer lights in the other areas where there are some paths. There's 1 or 2 lights. For instance, if we took the dog park path, there were about 2 lights, the equivalent at Doyle. So there's something.
The only other thing, I know we're going to talk about conditions of approval. I wanted to kind of recharacterize the condition of approval on lighting slightly differently. As we understand it, there's sort of three components to that condition. Component one is maintaining satisfactory city standard lighting around the edge, street lighting. So the green dots are the sort of city standard LUMEC that you see if you walk outside of this building. Today, there's a city standard light in blue with 2 arms on it, you know well. And then there's 3 existing Cobra heads. And they perform adequately today. We understand that the city would like to see the entire frontage of the park brought up to current city standard. So I think we understand that aspect of the condition. The second aspect of the condition was the fixture itself. And just to skip ahead, so the standard Greenway light is the one on the right here, the acorn, which is sort of synonymous as the glowing acorn that you see in old city parks. And given the number of apartments and condominiums and homeowners and families living above this thing, we felt like the density really of people looking down on something like this would be better. And so this is the pedestrian scaled arm of the city standard that shows up in certain plazas like in front of this building. So either way is fine. Either way provides adequate lighting on the sidewalk. It's just it's a design aspect as it relates to its neighbors. The third piece, so we love your feedback, and clearly staff has an opinion. The third piece is, sorry, where's my lighting plan? Whether or not to add additional lighting, and as Ann characterized it, sort of bring the park up to tennis court levels. We're of a mindset that perimeter lighting is what you do with parks, and you provide the direct way through, and it's very clear to see silhouettes because of perimeter lighting. But again, I think we'd be open to a discussion on the conditions in 3 ways. It's not to us. It's not just a blanket condition.
If I could just briefly respond. The Greenway lights that we currently have do have some kind of directional feature to them, so they're not just shining all over the place. And they are up and down Doyle Street, and we've never heard any complaints from any neighbors that they were too bright. So, just as a point of context. Also, I would just like to say, checking our notes, I believe we heard, certainly staff said this at a DCC meeting, and I believe that the Planning Commission also said it at least one, or maybe the City Council, or maybe both, expressed a desire for the Greenway lights within the park. We didn't just make it up.
Playground equipment, I don't know if there are any specific questions. Happy to address them. We are proposing these bouncy mats in the center area. There's a climbing structure. It can accommodate up to 7 kids at a single time. It's targeted at kids who are 5 to 7 years of age. Or no, it's a little, yeah, that's right, 5 to 7. This is any age. These are interesting. This is addressing the idea of art. Art is also useful as play. These are designed for play. They're bendy wands, and you can kind of run through them and bend them, and they spring back in very slowly into shape. It's kind of an interesting, novel idea that's near the bouncy mats on the rubber surfacing. Here's the whale. I think we've all looked at the whale. The whale is based on a precedent, working with a team of wonderful designers in Sweden, and we'd like to do it here. There's the mat surfacing information. Here's our just jumping bay-friendly scorecard. We're at 101 points as we intend to proceed. So we pass, and we pass on irrigation, WELO calculations. And that closes our remarks, but opens up the discussion.
I do want to comment on some of the conditions, but perhaps it's best if you have questions of our architects now, to go through the questions, and then I can come up and talk about the conditions, if you'd like to proceed that way.
Sure. Does anyone have questions for the design team?
So I guess I'm just slightly confused. The main pathway park lighting is now the acorn-style greenway light. Is that correct?
That's the condition of approval is that we switch back to that.
So it was actually going to be the
One that looks like a street
cut
light.
off.
The small version.
Small, okay.
Right, these things usually have the tall,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and the short, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have a question about the playground equipment. So I noted in the staff report that at one of our previous study sessions, the commission had given a comment about the mixing sort of traditional and non-traditional playground equipment. And that, that's something that's sort of resonates with me. I really love the whale a lot. And, I think the climbing structure might also work well, but I'm skeptical about some of the other equipment, and so I wanted to ask sort of about your rationale.
Yeah. So our research was pretty widespread. We've all got little kids we know and parks we know, and we became instant observers, and we did a lot of research. We were asked early on in the investigation to open our minds to things that could combine more flexible play, more interactive. In other words, there's a lot of research that kids need to get away from their technology and back into socializing in places where it's not scripted. And in fact, the spatial opportunities for this small park were to be creative about it and to develop a situation where there are places that could be shared. So, for instance, the bouncy mat is, and I did my own research of asking people I knew with kids what they like to do and what was popular. At some point you have to make a selection that works with the spatial constraints of playgrounds, because they are, there are a lot of design issues that have to be dealt with. And it seemed to us that the idea of creating a zone between the plaza and the whale that had some things that were rather intriguing, but low maintenance, and could involve kids of any age to play with it and jump on the mat or bend the reeds or run through the reeds and develop some sort of gaming, was a fun idea, as opposed to a swing set or a slide. The whale is kind of a timeless idea. If you've been up to Lawrence Lab, you've seen the kids climbing the whale up there. It's a different whale, of course, but the idea of getting into and out of something in a group situation is something that's, I would say it's classic. It's a different, it's interpreted, of course, here. And then the climbing structure, this is just the new wave of climbing structures. Climbing structures are traditional, but they've moved to things where they're using netting so that they've avoided some of the safety issues, but they've provided an environment where there's a lot of exploration and climbability, and you're using your limbs. And there are aspects of it that can appeal to kids who have accessibility issues, and it's just the nature of where things have moved. So we've tried to provide things that are traditional, and not to mention we've got these grass mounds people can roll around on and kick a ball and do all kinds of traditional things. So I think it's a nice combination, and I'll let it go at that. We have reviewed this any number of times with all our groups as we've moved forward.
I have a question about the whale. Is there just one entrance and exit, like from one end of it?
No, it's
No, that's the fun part. It's not, if we can find it.
You get to go out the end.
It's not like Pinocchio where you just go in the front.
It's not a controlled access. One kid can close it off. In fact, for slightly older, more agile kids, there's kind of a hatch idea that they climb up a ladder that you could only do if you had the
You can go through the
skill
top.
sets. And you can go through the top.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, this little bit right here is actually the walkway on top. You can kind of walk the ridge of the back.
But that would only be accessible if you, it's designed for sort of the age groups that are able to apply the skill set safely. We'll have to get into detail on this, of course. And it has a lockable after-hours thing. I
That's
think
what I
if
was
you're
just gonna
afraid
ask.
to say that, I'm
Yeah.
already thinking about that. It would be easy to drop a mesh net and, you know. And we've done some investigation to say this is a feature that can be incorporated, and the answer was absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank the staff for considering our comments to the conditions earlier today in such a timely fashion. Having said that, though, I do have a few comments that I'd like to share with the commission that'll help you in your dialogue and discussion of these conditions. The first one was we had requested that the owner be the one obligated to meet the conditions of approval and provide all the indemnifications. And we think that makes much more sense than having the applicant be the person that has to provide the indemnifications and guarantees. It's the owner that's going to own the real estate, and the owner is it's an entity with several investors as opposed to the applicant. So we're actually quite confused because we've never seen a situation where they've asked the applicant to provide these guarantees, not the owner of the property. So that's the first
Can I address
question.
that real quick?
Sure.
If you look at condition approval 1F, it provides conditions of approval shall apply to any successor in interest in the property. And the applicant shall ensure that the successor in interest is aware and informed of those conditions. So the intent is that the conditions transfer with the land.
Well, but what about today? Well, currently the ownership entity is different than the applicant. So that's why we're okay with it transferring, and we make the transfer aware of those conditions. But currently the ownership is different than the applicant.
So currently the ownership is different than the applicant. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you've seen many situations where the applicant is one entity. The applicant is AG/CCRP public market ownership. And
usually I see the applicant as the person who owns the property.
Well,
and then thereafter
yeah.
they do their transfers to their LLCs, et cetera. So we've already
done that.
You've already done that.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the first item we want to address. The second one is with regard to whether or not there is a credit available for the money we expend on the park versus the park mitigation fees that we would pay for the rest of the development at the public market. And it just seems that we'll be investing quite a bit of money into this park to not get some benefit. It almost seems like double counting to then pay park fees on top of the money we're spending on the park. Just want to share that with you. The next item is 1A, which is the monument sign. The monument sign currently exists. It's not a large monument sign. It's on the northeast corner of the 63rd and Christie. And we feel this sign is important because there are two entrances into the public market. One is you enter via Shellmount, and the other one you enter via Christie. And the concern is if we have no identification on Christie, then the majority of the traffic entering into the public market and for the grocery store is going to come down Shellmount. And so we think it's important to at least identify these two as entrances to spread the traffic flow out. And again, it's an existing monument sign right now. The next item I wanted to talk about is 4A1A, which has to do with the requirement for installation of curb, gutters, sidewalk on Christie Street on the western edge of the park. We had asked that, we were fine with that condition, but we had asked to not be required to relocate the utilities that run under the sidewalk and that are and somehow a daylight on the sidewalk. There's quite a bit of joint trench there and fiber and such, and we'd like to not be required to relocate those items. And I don't think you need to. I think we can do the work that's requested in terms of the sidewalk and the curbs without doing that. The next item is 4A1B, and this was a request to provide a bulb out and ADA accessibility for the sidewalk that we're going to construct on the southeast portion of Christie and 63rd, as well as the northeast portion. As it relates to the southeast portion, we're fine with providing ADA access. We think that's appropriate. We would do that. The one concern we have is the requirement to provide a bulb out there. That 63rd is going to be an access point for vehicles, trucks to serve the market, and it makes their maneuvering that much more difficult to have a bulb out. We're fine with the ADA, but the bulb out's an issue. The other item is that there's a requirement in the conditions currently for us to redo the corner, the northeast corner, which is where the new Essex building is. And it seems to us that that is something that Essex should handle. That's their project, not ours. So we're kind of at a loss as to why we're required to pay to redo that corner. And then the last item is 20.5A6, which has to do with the recycled, reclaimed water. We're very happy to plumb the park to provide for that. We understand that East Bay Mud is going to be running a line down Christie in 2015. We're happy to do that. We just want to clarify that we wouldn't be required to pay to run the line down from 41st or Powell or wherever it was. We would tap into it as it comes down Christie opposite the park, but we don't want to be required to extend the line if East Bay Mud chooses not to extend the line at the time the park is put into position. And then there's a few more technical items that I'd like to ask another member of our team, Chelsea, to come up and address.
Good evening, Commissioners, and again, thank you to the staff for considering our comments, responding so quickly, and also providing rationale for rejecting some of the requests, and we've narrowed it down to just a few remaining comments. One is on the general indemnification. Again, these are very technical. This is condition 2A, and it requests, or it provides that the applicant shall indemnify the city for the design, construction, and or maintenance of the public improvements, and given that the city will ultimately maintain the park and its improvements, we'd like to strike the indemnification for maintenance going forward. Another option is to have that indemnification until the city accepts the improvements. And a third is to add it to the list of conditions that may be modified in the exchange and improvement agreement. The next comment is, again, very nuanced and just relates to the characterization of the hazardous materials condition. We've gone back and forth with staff on describing the documents that DTSE, the state regulatory agency, has required. And again, this is very nuanced, but rather than calling those documents remedial documents, we'd like to call them environmental documents, mainly because this is a site that received a no further action letter from the state regulatory agency decades ago, and this is really a case of implementing those previous documents rather than doing a remediation from fresh. So again, it's just a slightly nuanced, different characterization of those documents. And then the third comment is on condition 4D. This is related to damage to public facilities. And we heard earlier that staff objects to limiting the responsibility for damage to public facilities only within the construction zone because there may be damage outside of the construction zone. And the further clarification we would ask on that is that there's a clause added to say that the applicant or owner is responsible where we have caused the damage. So again, just a causation clarification there. So I'll spare you the rest of our technical comments. We've really made a lot of progress and appreciate your consideration.
Any questions for the applicant? Great, thank you. All right, with that, we'll open the public hearing on this item. So if anyone would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
My name is John Jackson. I'm a resident Pacific Park Plaza. I wasn't planning to attend this evening, but one of the city council persons that I was communicating with asked me to come to speak. I've sent a memo to each member of the Planning Commission. Have you seen that memo?
Yes. Yes.
So I'm not going to go over that except to say that what I'm asking, and I want to clarify, parcel C that the staff was describing in its presentation is the property at 6150 Christie Avenue. Is that correct?
Should we respond to this?
Sure, go ahead.
No. Parcel C is to the east. It's where there's a proposed grocery store.
I thought that in her presentation she was stating that City Council had directed incorporation of the vacant lot, and that was, maybe I'm mistaken, was that not on one of the pieces of presentation that you made, incorporation of 6150?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Right. That's not parcel C.
Well, it was, I misspoke in terms of the parcel, but it was included in that diagram. All right.
Yes.
So I'm gratified to see that, and it helps me to make my little presentation because I was thinking I would be challenged on appropriateness of scope, but that is one piece of my presentation that I don't have to justify. The linkage of these city-owned properties has been made anyway in these councils by you guys and by City Council, and it's common sense. But your incorporation of it lends credence to that view that it's within the scope of discussing at least 6150. You don't need to respond to that. And so, at any rate, I'm asking that you guys, that the Planning Commission, discuss further those vacant, the city-owned properties, especially 6150, and tonight, and add wording to make a condition of approval that that property be excluded from development in the request for proposal that the planning staff is putting together, and that it be reserved for the park as has been described in that by the staff. And absent that, if you can't make it a condition of approval, at least express a sense of the commission for the City Council that that's your belief. One last thing before I quit, because my feeling is that if we don't act now with that property, we're going to lose it for development. I think the RFP was developed prematurely at the last study session. I don't have time to show you, but we don't have enough park space.
Good evening, Commissioner Moss and commissioners. I'm kind of glad I had to step down from this one. You guys have your hands full with these new conditions of approval, so good luck with that. What I'd like to do is encourage you that we approve this project as soon as we possibly can. The neighborhood really, really desires this improved park. On the lighting issue, right now that park at night is dark. We have some globe lights that have some very low wattage lighting in there. So anything that illuminates that path through the park is going to be an improvement for us. The issue of dogs, the desire for the dog park is for people who have dogs, especially little dogs that they want to let off leash and they know are not going to run in the street. But regardless to how the city programs that park and makes it illegal or not, every building on my side of the street, PPP, Avenue 64, and the Commons all have dogs. Some of them are rather big dogs. They're going to use that park. I can tell you that right now. So we might as well make that known and kind of plan for that. But the dog park primarily is for people who want to make sure that their dogs are safe while they're running off leash and stuff. So I think this, the team here has really listened to us as a community. They've really given us a lot of what we want. The playthings I kind of like because they're just 4 of them. They're a variety of them. They're not their typical toys. And I can guarantee you sometimes when I go over to eat at Wasm on a Wednesday, I'm going to be bouncing on those bouncy things. So it's going to be a good park and definitely going to be improvement. So let's please move this along as soon as we can. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Dennis Kane, and I live on Christie, 6400 Christie, 6 years. And this is a great plan, and I want to really commend you guys. You've done a lot of work. It's obvious, and you've been very thinking ahead, and this is a great plan. So I'd like to see this happen as soon as possible. I'm here to kind of support you with removing of the trees. You know, nobody likes to cut a tree down. I mean, what a horrible thought. Nevertheless, there are trees there that were planted 25 years ago. And that plan, as good as it was when it was conceived, is, well, obsolete by today's standard. Not the trees are bad, just the plan in general at that time has been, well, it's obsolete. So what these people have proposed, putting in new trees, eliminating, unfortunately, some of the existing trees, is really wonderful. Over 1 acre of land. We're looking forward to this park tremendously. Can hardly wait for it to open. Anyway, thank you very much for putting all this together, and I just really want to thank you very much. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and we will commence our discussion. Do you want to start?
Sure. I like the fact that the one tree was removed at the junction of the plaza, I guess was what we're all calling it, the area between the grocery store and the and the public market and the park. But I almost feel like that planter area now is kind of left behind from the tree being there, and that the landscaping in that area should be modified to have, I mean, I don't know where we're at with that plaza and if it's going to be a pedestrian plaza or if it's, you know, and only accessible to emergency vehicles, but I think we're, or at least some of us are viewing it as a pedestrian plaza, and so having that direct connection into the park and not blocking it with this landscape area right there would, I think, be beneficial. As far as the lighting goes, I do think that a lot of the sort of meandering paths, it'd be nice to have some low-level lighting on those at night. I go past like Doyle Hollis Park, and I think it feels restrictive to go into the park at night. And most people really just avoid the park at night and only kind of walk around the perimeter of it. And I'm hoping that this park does not follow suit and is actually utilized more in the evening and is safer as a result of that. I think a lot of times when large dogs, if you've got a sort of isolated dog park area, I like that. I think in some parks where large dogs are off leash and running around a lot, in all areas of the park, it limits what else can be done in those areas. And so I know I've been in parks where playing with, neighbors' kids or relatives' kids and throwing a ball, and you throw it and kid doesn't catch it and some dog runs and grabs it and runs off with it, things like that. So it just, I don't know. I mean, just a consideration, but I think, the possibility of dogs being off leash within the contained area on the north edge of the park and then just only allowed on leash for the rest of the park might be an approach to consider. And then I'm guessing it's just not drawn in here, but in the play area, there's a landscaped sort of wiggly landscape area between the climbing structure and the whale with no path between the two. So I'm guessing we'd want a path connecting those two play areas. And as far as a monument sign, I'm not a real fan of a monument sign in the park. I mean, if there was, I don't know. I mean, if there was a real work of art somehow, and I'd have to be convinced, but just an advertising sign in the park seems like the wrong location for a sign of that nature. I think those are all my comments.
I definitely agree with Commissioner Gunkel's comments about the entry to the park where the tree was, feeling like it's a blocked place rather than an entry, and I think something should be done to straighten it out and include that so that you feel drawn in directly, because if you come down the middle, you should be able to come in and not have to go around. I also think there should be low-level lighting around the perimeter paths, the meandering paths, the one by the dog park. I live across the street, I live next to the Greenway across the street from Doyle Hollis, and I think the Acorn lights are fine. They're bright, but they're not overly bright, and I think that they would look nice and be a nice addition to that part of the park. I would also concur with the idea that the sign doesn't need to be in the park, in the public property. I don't know whether we need to I don't know about addressing the conditions of approval one by one here. I think there definitely needs to be a revised photometric with addition of some of the lights in the darker areas of the park. I think that there does need to be plumbing for reclaimed water, and I don't think that there's a question that the East Bay Mud is going to bring the water line out there, so that should be in there. That's all I have at the moment.
Chair Moss, if I could just chime in on the reclaimed water issue. The Public Works Director has informed us that East Bay Mud is planning to put in a recycled water main on Christie Avenue within the next year or so. So it will be available.
So I wanted to just thank the applicant for all of the designs, the revised designs, and really taking into account the suggestions that we've made. And I think that the design is really has really come a long way. I think it's really where it should be. As far as the play equipment, I know that in the beginning I was more of a proponent of having some more traditional play structures like swings and slides, just kind of based upon the feedback that my kids give me when I take them to the park. But I've really, since then, I've been won over, especially by Ann's description of, the process that led them to choosing this type of equipment. And I really feel convinced that this is the right type of equipment that will really engage children's imagination, and just that they will be more interactive with each other, and really that each play structure has a diversity of ages that can actually enjoy it, whereas a lot of times with swings, toddlers get knocked over or kicked over, and it can be kind of a dangerous place when you have all ages at a park where you have traditional play equipment. So I'm definitely all for what's there. Can't wait to try it out. As far as improvements, I agree with the other commissioners' comments about the lighting and also wanting to see a revised photometric study. I think that we definitely need more lighting along the southern edge of the park. And then also at the entrance on the northwest, I think there needs to be another dog waste dispenser there, because that looks to me like it's one of the main entrances to the park where people will be bringing their dogs, and they'll want to grab that as soon as they enter the park. And so again, that's on the northwest corner. As far as the conditions of approval, I wanted to understand a bit more from the staff's perspective of this requirement for indemnification for the maintenance. So we can go through everyone else's comments, but I would like to kind of get a more of an answer to that question as to what's the logic behind having them indemnify the maintenance part of it. So those are all the comments I have.
Well, I think the work's been done on this is terrific, and that they have really answered most of our questions. As far as the lighting fixtures go, I've always been a strong believer in lighting surfaces, not eyeballs, and that a downward-facing light fixture would be better than the acorn light fixture. I do have a question with the bulb outs and the ability of delivery trucks to turn off Christie onto 63rd. And I'm curious about Market Drive, which appears to be a two-way street, but it's only a one-way street behind the existing public market building. So the traffic heading south would have to turn up that possible pedestrian-only street and cross over the traffic going in the other direction. I don't know if that's been addressed yet, but I think it's something that should be looked into.
Yeah, I had a question about that as well, how the traffic circulation was going to work on Market Drive. I will definitely echo the previous commissioner's comments. The entrance up at the top of the park does feel like an afterthought now. I'm also curious about what's going on in the southwest corner of the park where it meets the adjacent land that is to be developed further. I noticed that the sidewalk at that point becomes narrow again to, I guess, meet up with the existing sidewalk, but that doesn't provision. So what's going on with that corner, I guess, is the question, and I'm not sure if this was just to meet up with the existing sidewalk, or how. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's we're just trying to match the existing sidewalk off property. I think it's not as exaggerated as it looks in this graphic, but it is a narrower sidewalk up Christie, yeah.
So would this be something that once the city's property to the south was developed would get changed? Because the sidewalk would be,
well,
should that be changed
now? We don't know. We haven't designed anything there yet, but I would certainly imagine, if we're going to conform to the citywide design guidelines for sidewalks, it certainly would need to be wider than that. It seemed to me it would be appropriate to just make it as wide as the rest of the sidewalk along the park frontage at this point, so we don't have to widen it later as part of the park expansion.
Yep. So I would recommend that be taken care of. I think that there needs to be more lighting. I am a fan of the acorn lights and would like to see more lighting along that south edge as well. And also in the play structure and the dog park, I'm not sure that there's enough light there. And certainly in the wintertime when there is not enough light and yet people still want to use the park. So I'm happy that the light study is happening. I do appreciate all the work that you've done to make this park what we really want in the city. So I'm happy to see that. And then getting to the conditions of approval. Are we going to go through those individually, or how?
I have no interest in sussing out the conditions of approval. I will say
have none
that.
either, and I'm not certain what you're asking, what you staff would ask of us on that.
Well, we would ask you to just say yes.
To
your condition.
Right.
I'm prepared to move the
I think,
approval with the staff recommended
I would suggest
conditions.
that if you have comments on the conditions that differ from what staff is recommending, then you should focus on that. If you don't disagree with what staff is recommending, then you don't need to comment.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion.
Although I do not want to see a monument sign, I think we do need wayfinding signs to get to, so we understand that the Amtrak, station is over there and that kind of thing. So I'm not sure if that's been taken into account. I know that was something that we had talked about in October, where this park was going to be. We need a way for folks to really understand what's beyond the park and off to the east. And then, there was, Maru, you had mentioned a condition of approval about the landscaping, and it was right, it was in your presentation, and I just wanted to, it was about soil conditions. I just wanted to say that I think if the soil conditions prove unsatisfactory for Quercus agrifolia, I would encourage that the substitution be made for something that could take the higher water levels, and that staff could take care of that as well. So you had said that the planting plan would need to be followed, and yet we don't really know what the soil conditions are. So I would say keeping that open would be wise to make sure that our park is successful.
Right. So the final plant palette would be chosen by the planning director on the advice of the city arborist, who would have the soil information.
Okay.
So that's what it says.
Yeah. Then I agree. Yeah. And then the last question is: there's these two lights that we've been talking about, the Acorn and the full bore. Full
Lumec.
height. Is there Lumec. Is there are there any other options that are a step down from either of those? Those
are the two standard city lights. I mean, the Lumec is the name of a company, so it's not a specific light. But if you look around the city, you'll see a variety of different models of those Lumec lights. I think there's some miniature version of the Greenway light too that I've seen somewhere, but generally it's either the Lumec green standard city, that kind, some style, or the Greenway. Those are the only two lights that are in the city street furniture catalog.
Okay, maybe that needs to get looked at as in terms of one more step down.
Well, we didn't want to get too crazy with lots of different choices of lighting. We wanted to bring some consistency to the city.
That was more of a question than a. Okay, so that's my comments.
Well, I will just say thank you to the applicant and great job. I think you've done a great job over all these meetings, taking into consideration our comments, and I think this final design really shows that, and I'm really excited about this park. What can I say specifically? One thing is I just want to make sure that there are adequate, in addition to the dog waste dispenser bags in the dog park area, that there are adequate also trash, refuse disposal either inside the fenced area or just outside of the fenced area. One of the problems right now at Temescal Creek Park is that you get your dog dispenser bag in the dog park and you pick up your dog waste, and then there's no trash can anywhere near you, and you've got to take it with you.
Pack it in and pack it out.
Yeah, you got to take it with you all till you're all the way out of the park where the trash can is at the entrance. So I just want to make sure that doesn't happen. And I am willing to overlook my concerns about the play structure or, kind of play equipment given other equipment. But like I said, I'm super excited about that whale and to see how that works. And I just wanted to address the comments from one of our speakers. I just wanted to make sure that you noticed that the applicant has included pedestrian walkway connections to the adjacent parcel. And we, at the meeting where we considered the RFP for those adjacent parcels, we expressed our support of using some of that property adjacent to this property as a public park as well, and that's why it was included in the RFP, because if it's going to be developed as a future park, the idea is that a future developer would develop it as such. And what else? I'm very much in favor of the acorn lights in the park. I think that those Lumec lights or whatever, they look like street lights. They look very much appropriate for streets, but not appropriate for a park. And the acorn lights look like park lighting. And then I have one question for the applicant, which is Market Drive. There were a couple of concerns raised about Market Drive. Can you explain how the circulation of that two-way to one-way portion will work?
Yeah, we still maintain that there's a need much of the time for one-way traffic, convenience pickup, drop-off, for customers and users of the office building. So on 62nd Street Plaza, think of it like a shared street or like a Woonerf. There's places to pull in, get a taxi if you walk out of the grocery store, or pick somebody up from the office building. The realignment of Shell Mountain just frankly doesn't allow for those kind of convenience activities for the office tower anymore, and it is a 100,000-foot office tower. So the idea would be when an activity would close the plaza, traffic would be bollarded here in the southern direction, so that northbound traffic from behind the market could continue out, but that at non-busy times you could come in on Market Drive, pick someone up at the grocery store, and come out on Shell Mountain on the southbound. So that was the thinking. So the idea was that anticipating that, we would push pedestrians right or left of the plaza, and not right down the kind of automotive band.
Well, wouldn't it make more sense to make 63rd one way the other direction, and then Market Drive one way the entire length?
This was kind of a result of a series of conversations with staff and the Public Works Director on what's the most favorable turning movements on to Shell Mound, and really an inability to do a northbound left-hand turn lane onto that street off of Shell Mound because of the congestion it would cause. And so originally that was a two-way street, and we settled on a one-way eastbound as a way to provide convenience for those users.
Are you suggesting...
Item 2 was that the fire department wanted access down that road as well.
Chair Moss, are you suggesting that Market Drive should be one-way southbound?
One-way northbound for the entire length. Right now it's one-way northbound until you get to...
I see. So you just continue north. That would mean that anybody who wanted to access that area, that plaza that he was just referring to, would have to come up behind the public market building from 59th Street off Christie. That would be the only way to get there. So I think that's why they did it this way.
Or it's only emergency vehicle access. Plaza.
I mean, I think we definitely have an opportunity for a lot of conversation next month on Parcel C, and we could revisit it then. I think what we can get into then is that ease of use of the grocery store, which I know was on a lot of your minds last month, is in part contingent on making it easy to kind of get in and out of there and pick up and get a cab and things. And so I suppose if we could table that discussion until then, that'd be helpful.
It's really not part of the FDP approval of the park. I would suggest you table that discussion for future FDPs, but I would also point out that I don't believe it would impact any of the physical design of these streets. It's really an operational question. Is it going to be two-way? Is it going to be one-way? If it's going to be one-way, which way is it going to be? That can always be changed in the future. If you find that the street isn't functioning correctly, you can change it to one-way or two-way.
Yeah, well, I mean, ostensibly the street would get narrower if it was one way.
Well, as Mr. Stefan said, the fire department needs 20 feet.
20 feet, yeah.
I know.
You can fight with them if you want. We're never successful.
Yeah, but it's still,
we'd love for you to fight that.
It would still, I mean, it would impact the treatment of that planter at where the plaza or 62nd or whatever comes into the park. Because if we're thinking of the plaza as more of a pedestrian plaza, having this planter sort of block you as you're entering the park, you know, maybe if you want to maintain the flexibility for future conversation, then maybe at least at this point, that planter not exist there, and the treatment of that entrance into the park be, you know, allow for that that flexibility in the future.
That's fine with us.
I would agree with that. I would also like to hear from our attorney. It seems like they narrowed down some of these discussions on the conditions of approval to a few, some sort of minor changes that made sense, and I'd like to hear what your comments are about some of those, some of the wordsmithing on the conditions of approval. Since all of this has happened within the last 3 hours, it's kind of, it kind of puts us at a disadvantage here.
And maybe we could get to Commissioner Tan's question about the maintenance.
Exactly.
Well, there is a general, one of your standard conditions that speaks to the applicant being responsible to indemnify the city for, actions that arise out of the design, construction, or maintenance of public improvements. So sometimes you have an obligation that's imposed on a project for the applicant to not only design and construct, but also to maintain a public improvement. And so to the extent there's an ongoing obligation of that applicant to maintain a public improvement, and if they don't, and there's some resulting lawsuit claim or whatever as a result of their lack of maintenance, well, then they haven't fulfilled their obligation, and so this condition requires them to indemnify the city for that. With respect to the park, I think we've already been, again, this is a standard condition, so here we're not talking about them maintaining any public improvement. They're going to construct it, and then it's going to be, once it's constructed, it gets dedicated to the city, and the city is going to be the one maintaining it. So, if we want to revise, I mean, we could spend a lot of hours just really, honing in on every little standard condition of approval to satisfy them. But I mean, we are going to be negotiating, and they're very well aware of this, as a maybe 1 or 2 agreements dealing with the dedication and cleanup and construction of the property, and these sorts of issues can easily get resolved there. And again, as I said, they are not going to be maintaining it, so this condition that says they have to indemnify the city for something they're not obligated to do, then we would be hard pressed to say, hey, 10 years later, we're getting sued because of your failure to maintain something. I mean, that would be ridiculous on our part. So I just feel in many instances some of these issues are just, well, I just think are unnecessary. I know Mr. Stefan was, suggesting that we change the whole reference from applicant to owner because the applicant here is not the owner. Well, that's an issue between you and the owner, and you can easily contractually deal with that issue. And then likewise, again, as I say, these sorts of obligations that flow with this piece of property are going to be transferred to the city. And that, whatever issues you have about ongoing responsibility to maintain this park in accordance with these conditions of approval, if you don't think, if you think something is left open here that after it's been designed, constructed, and dedicated to the city, that you feel somehow city center or the owner is somehow exposed, I'm sure your team of lawyers will be certain to make sure that we sort of, deal with that issue, because certainly it's not the intent for the city to come after city center or the applicant, or the owners rather, 10 years after the fact for some condition here that relates to the property that the city then owns. So I know Chelsea had asked for some revision to the reference to remedial plan to, I'm assuming, environmental plan. Was that? I'm fine with that. That's, it's just it was just a defined term to be used. So that was in condition 3A8. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if there are any other issues that you had specifically of me.
Well, I would move.
I'm sorry. There's just one other issue that we had struck the condition of approval regarding the stormwater management operations and maintenance plan, and I'm not suggesting that we reinstate it, but I do want to raise the issue, and really more for the applicant and for the staff and for the commission when you're addressing parcel C, the market, the grocery store. Thank you. There are, if you'll look at the plans for this, it's what is it? C300 is the sheet, and it sets forth. It shows that there are certain stormwater treatment measures in terms of treating stormwater that comes off of the street, the Marketplace Drive, that are utilizing the park for purposes of that. And our position will be in relation to the FDP for the Marketplace Drive and the grocery store, is that certainly we can provide for these stormwater treatment measures on the city's, what would then be the city's property, but you're going to be responsible to maintain it, and so we would deal with that issue in the FDP for the Marketplace Drive and the grocery store. Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Donaldson, were you about to make a motion?
I was about to move approval of this project with a little bit of reworking of that eastern entry so that it's more direct and contiguous without that planter. And I realize that impacts your stormwater thing a little bit too, but I think it's a really important piece. And that the lighting photometrics be relooked at and lighting on the perimeter paths beefed up a little, well, put in, not perimeter, but the winding paths and the dog park path. And that the greenway lights be used in the central path, and the conditions of approval as suggested by staff with that one revision that Mr. Biddle thought was okay included.
Could I just clarify? The greenway lighting in the park is already included in the staff conditions of approval. However, we were only calling, the only additional lights we were calling for, well, other than Lumec lights on Christie Avenue, which would be spaced probably about at half the distance of the current Cobra headlights. But otherwise, the only additional lights were 4 greenway lights on the path on the south side. Are you suggesting additional greenway lights on the meandering path that's parallel to Christie Avenue as well?
I thought that your comment was that when the photometric study was done, if you found dark spots that needed to be addressed, that would happen.
That's, well, right.
Yeah.
But if you want to explicitly say there should be greenway lights along that path parallel to Christie, we didn't say that. We only said if, the photometric study shows dark areas, there should be more lighting.
I'll go with that.
All right. So that's already in the conditions.
Do we want to also...
I would actually like to have additional light. I mean, right now we're not showing any lighting along the dog park, and then only a few lights, or potentially for the current conditions of approval, only a few lights might be added on the south side. I'd like to see low-level lighting, like, maybe the spacing's a lot more infrequent, but along all the paths in the park.
Okay.
And I can't remember who, but someone had a comment about the play surface being contiguous.
Oh, yeah.
Between, and I think that's a
or
good.
At least a path between the two.
Yeah, I think that grass is going to get too much wear if we leave it like that.
There'll be a path one way or another.
Yeah, right.
Where was this?
Between the whale and the climbing structure. Right now, there's a ribbon of grass.
Oh.
If I could make a friendly amendment to also include that the additional amenities such as trash cans and dog waste bags be added as directed by staff, and that the south west corner, the sidewalk be continuous
To the property line.
To the property line with, as per the new regulations.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. All right.
Can we just ask a clarification question? Commissioner Gunkel, when you say low-level lighting, do you mean...
I don't mean low level, like physically low level. I just
low
mean
level of
less-
illumination.
Yes, exactly.
Got it.
Less
Okay.
frequent.
So that could be proved with the study. Yeah, okay, great.
So you mean like lighting of the same brightness, but just spaced farther apart?
Yes.
Okay.
So with those two friendly amendments, I'll second the motion.
Okay, yeah, can we recap?
Sure.
So what we have is approval with the conditions as modified by staff, changing remedial plan to environmental plan in condition 3A8, reworking the plaza on the east side of the park to remove the planter and have a more direct connection to the 62nd Street pedestrian plaza. I don't want to say low level, but lighting at less frequent intervals with the greenway lights along all the interior park paths. A path between the whale and the climbing structure, trash cans and dog waste bags at strategic locations around the park, and that the sidewalk at the southwest corner should match the width of the rest of the sidewalk along the Christie Avenue frontage of the park.
Yeah. Can we say a path or play surface between the... I'll give them the option of doing what they want.
Okay? Did we get it?
Yep.
Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Find my cheat sheet here. There we go. All right, Commissioner Cardoza.
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson.
Aye.
Commissioner Gunkel.
Aye.
Commissioner Keller. Oh, I'm sorry.
Recused.
Commissioner Keller is recused. Commissioner Coomerly.
Aye.
Vice Chair Tan.
Aye.
Chair Moss.
Aye.
6 ayes. The application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
Thank you. I think it's going to be a lovely park.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Take a little break.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, do we want to... So for the next item, I have to recuse myself, but I think maybe we can take a 5-minute break beforehand.
Yeah. Take a break.
Yeah.
Why do you need that? Did you get all that down?
from our break and continue the meeting. So the next item on the agenda is the East Bay Bridge Master Sign Program. Sarah is going to do the presentation.
Hello again, Commissioners. So I'll be presenting on the East Bay Bridge Master Sign Program this evening. This is the East Bay Bridge Center. It's just across the street over here. Whoa, I keep having that problem. I'm sorry. Let's try that again. So it's just across the street, bordered by 40th Street on the north, San Pablo on the east. And there's a little bit of cutout section. The residential along 40th is not part of this. So Master Sign Program is required for all developments with 5 or more retail tenant spaces, and it creates standards for tenant signage, establishing maximum allowable sign area, defining permitted sign materials, allowed sign types, but it doesn't dictate content of the actual signs. So East Bay Bridge Center has been there for quite some time now, so why are we looking at this now? Because, as you might recall, back in July, there was the East Bay Bridge facade improvement that was approved here, DR 14003, and as a condition of that approval, it was for a master sign program. Prior to issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall apply for a new master sign program that encompasses the entirety of the East Bay Bridge Shopping Center. And that's because, as you look in this slide here, on the left-hand side is an existing facade of Pacific Sales. The master sign program was created, did not contain a lot of detail, and showed this example for that same facade as CompUSA, which dates itself right there. And now, with the new facade, obviously what's on top is not relevant anymore. And if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, this is the new master sign program, reflecting the facade changes and providing far more direction than the old master sign program. So even though all the facades haven't changed, it does need to encompass the entire project. So something that's not included in the current master sign program is temporary signs. This one includes temporary signs to clarify where they can be located and provide guidance on size. It's consistent with the planning regulations. It also provides guidance on business information signs, which is not addressed in the existing master sign program. So another aspect of this is that it includes the existing and permitted shopping center signage that's there. So those are the 2 tower signs and also the pergola signs in 2 locations. However, in this version, it does provide more information than the last master sign program also. So it provides a little bit more details about the materials and specifics of the sign areas that we had to actually go back and look at different building permits to get this information. So this is all in one place now. The master sign program provides a list of all of the current tenants, their addresses, so as things change over time, you'll still know where we're talking about. And in the red column here, it's the maximum square footage of signage per tenant. And that's consistent with the master sign program and sometimes stricter than, let me step back. This master sign program, the permitted square footage is consistent with the planning regulations, which has a maximum of 1 square foot per linear foot of frontage. And in some cases, it's more restrictive than that. So here's a site plan. The application breaks it down into different areas. So anchor tenants, that would be the existing Target and Home Depot. The major tenants are located in the southeast corner here. It's broken up for easy reference. Wall signs are something that's permitted for all tenants. It's the main way tenants can have signage. And here's demonstrated several different types of wall signs that are permitted in this plan. Window signs are also permitted for all tenants, and there's some examples here as well. An example of tenant signage here, each tenant or tenant group has its own page. It includes an actual site plan showing the frontage that's being counted for the tenant. It includes a key map and where the tenant is in the shopping center area. It includes a key that outlines how the signage is calculated and what is permitted, and also elevations. The pink always shows the permitted area the sign can be in, while the yellow is just an example of what the sign location could be like within that. Here's an example of a tenant that does not just have wall signs or window signs permitted. This one also has a tower sign. This is existing in Michael's space. And so let's see, another example is Target. They have tower sign and monument sign as well. So it's just added to the key here, listing the different sign types, but they're still limited to a certain amount of square footage based on their frontage. So it's giving the tenant the option of which type of sign they want to use within that limited amount of square footage. So for master sign program findings, one, it needs to promote visual harmony, and this does provide guidance on materials, lighting, location, and sign size to be consistent throughout the shopping center. Secondly, it needs to relate well to the building and be compatible with the architecture. And so while there's a theme throughout the complex, the buildings are quite different, and this relates to each tenant space is addressed specifically. Third, the character with the surroundings. The quality materials and the size of signs are consistent with the visual character of the area. It is a regional retail shopping district. Fourth, the total aggregate sign area needs to be consistent with the planning regulations, which we've already discussed that it is. And the permitted signage is no more than necessary. Once again, it's consistent with the planning regulations, and in some cases is more restrictive. And lastly, the master sign program must comply with Emeryville planning regulations, which it is. So required findings for signs: it's consistent with the general plan, it respects the existing architecture, it conforms to the Emeryville design guidelines with unified building facades, integrating elements of architectural compatibility, providing for visible and readable signs, and of high design quality that will not adversely affect the surrounding area. All illuminated signs are required to be dimmable. So staff does recommend approval for this project. I'm available for questions. The applicants do not have a presentation tonight, is that correct? But they are here to answer any questions. So Jeff Adams is there we go, is the project manager, and he's here to introduce the rest of his team as well. So,
Are there any questions for Sarah?
I'm just wondering, are there any I mean, just walking through this, and I didn't, frankly, honestly, I didn't walk through or drive through and look at every single location.
Not every single tenant?
Yeah. So just, are there places in locations possibly in this new master sign program where they're showing signs to be allowed that previously were not included within the master sign program?
No, it's actually, I'd say, more restrictive. It's more specific. If you give me a moment, I'll provide an example of that for you. Let me escape out of here. Sorry, there's going to be some clicking. So this is an example here. This is Target. So there's building frontage along streets on each side. That counts all towards the sign area that's calculated, what's permitted. So it cannot exceed 1,400 square feet. However, no signage is permitted on the north side of the building explicitly because it is not very viewable, and they have a tower there that can be seen from the bridge. So this wasn't specified before, and it's something that's specified and more restrictive now. Another example, this is Home Depot, and the frontage is 559 feet. So normally under the planning regulations, you'd have up to 559 square feet of signage, but this is more restrictive. It's about 385 square feet of signage that's permitted here, and that's based on what the existing signage is, to not be too excessive, and it doesn't allow for signs on other sides of the building, because while you could put them there it's not a very good use of resources. They wouldn't be very visible. So let's just keep it clean from the get-go.
So the tower, like the tower at Target already exists?
Yes.
Okay.
This is an existing photo right here.
Got it. And what is it? So yeah, I guess one thing I was trying to understand is why Target would have no signage on 40th, but then another, I think it was P1.
P1 and P2.
Show the potential for signage there.
Right. That's because where Target is in 40th is where the bridge comes down.
Uh-huh.
So it's just, you have the bridge coming down, it's not very visible, and you have the whole way the tower is designed is to be catching people's eyes that come over that bridge. Whereas the pad tenants, P1, P2, further east on 40th Street, they are visible from the public right-of-way on 40th. And one of them also has a tower sign, actually, if we would like to go over there.
Yeah, Michael's does, I guess.
Yeah, that's what we were just looking at. So they have the tower there, and there it's specified, that they have to be facing to the east and the west, not north and south on that sign.
And then the pergola, does the lighting, are there currently lit signs hanging off the pergola on San Pablo?
Yes. There's not all, I don't think all of them are in place currently, but yes, there are.
Okay.
So there's nothing out there now that wouldn't be allowed under this, right?
Haven't gone through and calculated it, but I think maybe Pack and Save might need to have a little less signage under this. It's a little bit more picking and choosing. Target also, because they have the options of including all of these sign areas, right? But if you add them all up together, it'd be more than the permitted sign area. So it gives you a little bit of flexibility. What does that tenant think is best for them without dictating exactly what those choices have to be?
But I would just say that if this master sign program is approved, that doesn't mean that they have to go back and retroactively remove any signs that don't conform to it. And those would be grandfathered. But in the future, if the signage changes or the tenants change, then they would have to conform to this.
Which is the purpose of the master sign program.
Correct. And of course, this probably goes without saying, but it streamlines the process in the future for staff and the applicant, where a sign that might require Planning Commission approval on its own, if it conforms to a master sign program that the Planning Commission has approved, then the individual signs don't have to come back to the Commission.
All right. So I understand the applicant does not have a presentation, but wants to come up and introduce your team.
Good evening. My name's Jeff Adams. I'm Senior Project Manager with Martin Potts Associates. We're managing the remodel of the whole center for the owner, Federal Realty. And I got to commend you for the park. That was a great thing to sit through. Parks have really changed since I was a kid. I'm telling you, trees back then were the climbing structure. And playground equipment was all stainless steel, which made it really fun in the summer. So I just want to introduce our team so that you know we have people from different expertises if you have questions. So first I'd like to introduce Rachel Richards, who is our regional property manager. So she actually manages the center. So if you have any operational type questions, she can answer that. We have Michael Strauss, who is the director of development, who is kind of the overseer of the whole project. And then of course we have Milton Solomon with ADS, who his staff worked directly with Sarah, who did a fantastic job putting this whole thing together. It's such a much more user-friendly document than the one that we've been using before. And since your staff's the one that has to use it, I think they did a great job to streamline efforts. So we're here for answering questions if you need.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay, and then I will open the public comment. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and take it back to discussion.
I would move approval.
Any other discussion points before?
I mean, one thing I was just wondering about is, so Charlie, right now, if somebody wants a temporary sign for opening or closing or a sale, that goes through staff, is that?
That's right. And there are standards in the planning regulations for temporary signs. In this case, they would be superseded by what the master sign program says.
And does P1, so P1 currently does not exist? Is that, or is there a?
That's Panera.
Oh, that's Panera, okay. And do they currently have a lit sign facing 40th Street?
Yes.
I believe so.
They do.
Which, by the way, the entire project, I believe, including this existing signage, was approved by the Planning Commission several years ago.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Okay.
I would second Buzz's motion.
Anything ready to vote?
Yep, we're ready.
All right. Commissioner Cardoza?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Gunkel?
Aye.
Commissioner Keller?
Aye.
Commissioner Coomerly?
Aye.
And Vice Chair Tan.
Aye.
6 ayes, the application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
Thank you. Very clear.
Thanks for speeding that one up, guys.
That was a short break.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't get as long as one as I did.
Let's see if you can do as good a job for the
I
next
could have taken a nap.
All right. Oops. All right, so our last public hearing tonight is the family-friendly residential section of the design guidelines. And I think Charlie is going to give us the staff report.
Right, I'm Diana tonight for this item. Diana Keena, who did all the heavy lifting on this, along with Catherine Burpo and Arnold Mammarella, our consultant, but Diana is on vacation, so I will be making the presentation on her behalf, and then Catherine and Arnold are available to answer questions, any questions you may have. So this is a long time coming, and we're here tonight to present to you our proposal for the family-friendly design guidelines. This is an amendment to the existing Emeryville design guidelines that were adopted in 2010. Currently, the existing design guidelines have a section on residential development, and within that section, there is one guideline on family-friendly design, and it's got about 6 bullet points, I think, under it. So what this amendment would do would be it would add an entire section on family-friendly design to replace that one guideline, and then make residential a separate companion section. In addition, and I'll get into that in a little more detail, in addition, we're also recommending that the Commission initiate an amendment to the planning regulations, which we can bring back later, to modify slightly the bonus system, because it has a provision in it about family-friendly, one little thing that is slightly at odds with what we're recommending in the guidelines. So, by way of background, as you may recall, you had a hearing about the proposed guidelines back in June of 2013. You continued it at that point, and we've been thinking about it ever since. The Planning Commission had a retreat in May of last year where you visited 4 affordable family-friendly projects, and that was very informative, certainly informative for staff, and I think it was very informative to the Commission as well, and it caused us to rethink a little bit some of the things that we had in the proposal. Throughout 2014, various architects and staff from various departments have commented on these draft guidelines. As you know, in November of 2014, just last November, the housing element was adopted, and it was just certified a few weeks ago by the state. and it includes some policies about developing family-friendly design guidelines. And just a couple of weeks ago, at the meeting where the moratorium was considered but not passed, the council gave clear direction that we need to think more about family-friendly housing and the unit mix. So what we have done here is in the residential section, not the family-friendly section, but just the general residential section, we moved a number of guidelines from the family-friendly section to the general residential section because it occurred to us that these things were appropriate in any residential development, family-friendly or not, and that included things like transition space from units to open space, community multi-purpose rooms, coats and linen closets, closed stairways. We also added provisions about kitchen ventilation, mailbox placement, showing furniture in plans, which is incredibly helpful as opposed to a blank plan, and ways to maximize sunlight. This is an example of a diagram that's in the guidelines, and this is actually a real piece of the 3706 San Pablo Avenue project that you recently approved. This is in the first floor where they have the various amenities for that project. We thought that was a good example of how that can be done. Actually, I believe this drawing is also 3706. To recap what was in the June 2013 version of the guidelines, and this is in the family-friendly section now, we divided those guidelines into sort of two major areas. One is guidelines for the overall project, and the other is guidelines for the individual units. So what we had in June of 2013 was that units should be next to open space, there should be play areas, there should be gathering places for teens and preteens, family bike parking, and considering exclusive access to sections of large projects. So that's really more of a security concern if you're in a building that has, a number of wings to it, or a complex that has a number of different buildings that you would only have access to the part of it that you lived in. And then for units, the 2013 version included enclosed foyers, windows into play areas, wide halls for play, that's within the unit, so the kids can run around inside the unit, and spaces that can change uses as children grow. Since then, we have added some things to the guidelines for projects, and that includes that there should be 2 or 3 bedroom units in 2 or 3 bedrooms in any family-friendly unit. Shouldn't be any less than that. And the minimum for a 2-bedroom unit minimum area should be 900 square feet, and the minimum area for 3 bedrooms should be 1,100 square feet. This is based on looking at actual projects. There should be a variety of units, including flats and 2-story units. There should be convenient parking. Laundry options. Originally, we said that every unit should have laundry hookups, but after touring the units and touring the projects in last May, we found that some of those projects didn't have laundries in every unit, and actually some of them had communal laundries that the operators and developers and the people who lived there seemed to like, because it created kind of a gathering place, and parents can go do the laundry if it's adjacent to a play area while the kids are out there playing. And in fact, at Vice Chair Tan's request, we did take a look at the most recent projects that have been approved through the pipeline, and we found that 4 of them do have laundry hookups in each unit. That includes ME, Park on Powell, 39th and Adeline, and 3800 San Pablo, the intersection. They all have laundry hookups in each unit. But the one that's purported to be affordable, family-friendly, 3706 San Pablo, does not have hookups in every unit. It has the communal laundry rooms. So we thought that a little flexibility was in order here. So give them the option of either in the units or the communal laundry rooms. And that's the change that needs to be made to the planning regulations, because it calls specifically for hookups in each unit. And then how the units relate to streets and open space. This is a diagram that we've added that kind of illustrates the adjacency of different units. I'm not going to go through it in detail, but if you have questions, we can come back to this. You have an example of a noisy street and a quiet street, and it's annotated to show, where the living rooms, bedrooms, and other things are located. One thing I would point out here is if you notice the kitchens and bath and storage, which is represented by the K, are typically back on the interior of the unit away from the windows, and the window spaces are reserved for the bedrooms and the living areas, and I'll talk more about that in a second. Then for the individual units, we added these provisions, that there should only be one master suite, so you don't get a unit that's got 2 or even 3 master suites that have their own bathrooms and walk-in closets and so forth. Those are clearly for roommates, not for families. There should be distinct living, dining, and kitchen spaces. There should be soundproofing between floors and ceilings. Each unit should have a balcony, deck, or patio. There should be some indoor space to store strollers and toys. The dining and living areas should each accommodate all family members, so everybody can gather in the living room or the dining room. Each bedroom should have access to a bath. That doesn't mean its own private bath, but there should be access to a bath from each bedroom, and that windows should accept toddler locks. So now there's some diagrams that show individual units. This is a kind of a block diagram that is, we call this an aspect diagram. I'm not going to go through every one of these things in detail, but just to explain what this is, it's showing how you would lay out the living areas, the bedroom areas, the kitchen storage space in relation to the windows and the more solid walls. So the living areas are in green, the bedrooms are in yellow, kitchen and storage space is in gray. Then the walls that have windows are these light blue lines. The walls that don't have windows, that are either interior or adjacent to another unit, are these heavier lines. Balconies or patios are these crosshatch things.
So these are in plan view?
Well, most of them are in plan view. There's one that's a section, which says right there, section.
Oh, okay, I see. All right.
And then the little dashed arrows are views to the outside. That's the aspect. And then the little red triangle shows where the front door of the unit is. So, like I say, I won't go through all of them, but just here's an example of a flat, typical flat, where you'd have the living area here and the bedrooms here, both facing window walls facing out, and then the front door on this side, and then the kind of back of house stuff, if you will, the kitchen and bathroom things back here, and then your deck or patio or balcony, whatever is obviously is over here. So you have corner units and through units and so forth. This up here illustrates the top and bottom floor of a 2-floor unit. This is a section through a possible loft space, where the loft would be up here, and then this would be like a double height living area with the kitchen tucked in under the loft. So this then informs how you lay out your units, and then these are typical unit plans. Again, I won't go through every one, but these are based on that block aspect diagram. So you can see the decks and the little red triangles that represent the front doors, and the solid lines that represent the interior walls, and the little blue lines that represent where the windows are. And you can see we've shown the furniture, and so you have your bedrooms and your bathroom. So if you look at this one over here, you have the baths and the kitchen and the storage and the little study area all back here away from the windows, and then over here you have your living, dining, and 3 bedrooms all with windows, and the front door is over here. So we've got a number of diagrams that illustrate those kinds of things, typical layouts of what would be a family-friendly unit. One thing I would like to point out is that the bedrooms don't necessarily have to be next to each other. I guess in these they mostly are, but that's been a bit of a debate as to whether you have to have the kid's bedroom next to the parents' bedroom. And some people like that and some people don't. And it kind of depends on what stage of life your kid is in also. But the fundamental guidelines that address this issue are, first, there should only be one master suite. And secondly, every bedroom should have access to a bathroom without having to walk across a living space. So previously we said every bedroom should be accessible to every other bedroom without having to walk across a living space. And we've taken that out because we think that's a little too rigid. We think that there are plenty of families who would prefer to have the kids over here and the parents over here. So we think that's okay. Now, the amendment, as I said, that we need to make to the planning regulations is that currently in the bonus point system, they require in-unit laundries for family-friendly bonus. We believe there are other options that can work, such as communal gathering laundry spaces, and the guidelines, the proposed guidelines do provide those options, so we're suggesting that that requirement be deleted from the bonus requirements. So that's kind of the meat of what we're talking about tonight. I just want to segue now for a second into a discussion of unit mix. This is not part of the action that's before you tonight, but it's an issue that we need to address. So this is just to start that conversation, because in my director's report at the beginning of the meeting, I said we're working on a game plan. We are working on a game plan. This is part of the game plan. It hasn't been all fleshed out yet, so I don't have anything to share with you yet, but hopefully we will soon. So this is just census data that tells us what the unit mix is in Emeryville, Berkeley, and Oakland.
Excuse me, does that include single-family houses?
Yes. This is all dwelling units. So we have, in Emeryville, we have 13% studios, 49% one-bedroom, 31% two-bedroom, 7% three-bedroom or larger. Our average unit has 1.32 bedrooms. Berkeley has 8% studios, 27% one-bedroom, 30% two-bedroom, and 35% three or more bedrooms, with an average of 2.11 bedrooms per unit. And Oakland has 7% studios, 25% one-bedroom, 33% two-bedroom, and 35% three or more, with an average of 2.1 bedrooms per unit. Berkeley and Oakland are pretty similar. The reason Emeryville is so heavy on the studios and light on the three bedrooms is primarily because we have so many units that are in large apartment buildings. That tends to be what the mix you get in larger buildings. So these, you know, some of these here are single-family homes, the three units. Now, the Ambassador and 3706 projects, however, which were city-sponsored projects and are affordable, family-friendly projects, tend to reflect the unit mixes that you find in Berkeley and Oakland more than the unit mixes that you find in the rest of Emeryville. So at Ambassador, we have 1.99 bedrooms per unit, and at 3706 San Pablo, we have 2.10. Now, of course, again, those projects were heavily subsidized by the city, so they're not market rate projects. We found that in Toronto, and I believe also in Vancouver, two cities in Canada, require a minimum of 10% three-bedroom units. So we're thinking about possibly amending the planning regulations to put in some kind of a requirement for unit mix, and we would welcome any insights the Commission may have about that issue tonight. One possibility would be to have a minimum percentage of larger units for multi-unit residential projects in general. And then if someone is seeking the family-friendly, and I should also say that we could also require that some or all of the larger units be designed to comply with the family-friendly guidelines. Then if someone wanted to provide more family-friendly units than what was required, in order to get bonuses, that they might also then have to provide a higher percentage of larger units. So that's one possibility. All of this obviously needs further study, needs public input, needs more discussion by the Planning Commission and the City Council, and ultimately it could become a part of the amendments to the planning regulations that would include the little tweak to the laundry section. So that's the presentation. I do want to point out one thing about the staff report. I hope you weren't confused by it. Frankly, when I looked at it, I found it a little confusing because we included in the packet the full report from June of 2013, including the guidelines as they were proposed at that time. And then we also included the guidelines as they are proposed at this time. So you should be looking at the pages that are at the back of the packet.
Oh.
Those are the guidelines that are proposed now. The ones that are attached to the June 2013 report, that was then. This is now. So, except that the June 2013 report does include 2 pages that are to be deleted with big red X's through them. We're still proposing to delete those 2 pages. But the new pages are the ones that are at the back of your packet, and you can just ignore the other ones unless you want to look at them for reference. So that concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have or defer to Catherine or Arnold.
Well, I don't agree with you in these plan layouts at all. I think breaking up these common spaces into separate rooms is a real mistake.
Excuse me, Commissioner Cardozo, may I suggest that you stick to questions right now and then have your discussion after you hold the public hearing?
Sorry.
That's all right, thanks. Thank you. All right, so are there any questions of staff?
I had a question about the concept of possibly requiring that there be family-friendly housing, but there's this other thing that needs to be addressed, and I'm not sure if that could be required, which is to have a certain percentage of affordability, units that are affordable, because they can't be uncoupled, in my opinion. So what?
Illegal.
Well, we did adopt the housing impact fee, which goes towards addressing the affordability issue, right? So as part of that, correct me if I'm wrong, but an applicant can either pay the fee for the impact towards affordable housing or provide the units in lieu.
That's right, but I think what Commissioner Coomerly is getting at is that maybe we want more affordability than that, and we cannot require that. Our inclusionary zoning that we used to have was struck down by the courts, so we can't just come flat out and say you must provide X number for rental. We can for ownership, and we do still for ownership. It's 20% moderate rate. That's the starting point. But for rental, we can't require it. But we can incentivize it. For example, we could have a provision that, certain bonuses are only available to projects that have certain level of affordability that's higher than would normally be required. Similarly, for ownership housing, we can't require that either, but we could have an incentive that says, this particular bonus is only available to you if you provide ownership units. That's obviously part of this big discussion we have to have.
And the ownership versus rental was also struck down. Is that why that's not?
No, it wasn't.
Well,
That's the
but
No,
I would like more direction from the city attorney on that, actually, so maybe he can address that.
About requiring somebody who wants to build housing to say you must build rental or versus ownership?
Can we do it?
No.
And
I mean, your authority is to regulate use, and you're getting into the ownership of property, and you don't have the right to regulate the ownership of property.
So that's why we say we would, and rather than require it, we could incentivize it. We could offer some great benefit to the project, whatever that may be, only if it's ownership, or a portion of it is ownership.
Can you tell me, I'm really kind of confused at looking at the packet and everything, and it could have been what you described, that there's too much information that was outdated or something. So is this, what we're looking at tonight, is it mostly just rearranging existing recommendations, or if not, what are we adding? Can you show me a screen on here of what the things we're adding? And are we adding regulations, or are we adding guidelines?
Oh, guidelines.
So this is all strictly just guidelines. Nothing is putting into effect that this has to be done.
Well, yes and no. I mean, I wouldn't say just guidelines. guidelines, they don't exactly have the force of law, but the planning regulations do require that when you approve a design review application, or staff approves a minor design review application, that they must conform to the guidelines. Or if they don't, the applicant has to show that they've made a good faith effort to conform to the intent of the guidelines. So if you have like 12 guidelines and they met 10 of them, they didn't meet the other 2, but they did the best they could, you know, and you say, well, it's okay, it meets the intent.
Okay, with that in mind,
but excuse me,
I
let me just
understand that.
continue. No, but for the family-friendly part, right now, we don't have a requirement in the code that units have to be family-friendly. So that's one of the things we need to talk about if we want to add that requirement to the code. So the family-friendly guidelines only apply if someone is requesting bonus points or if it's a city-sponsored project where we make them comply. But other than that, the family-friendly guidelines are not required. So perhaps we need a code amendment to address that.
Okay, so...
And that would, how would that...
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. And that would be through the city council, yes, the code?
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be an amendment to the planning regulations that would be processed just like any amendment to the planning regulations. It would come to the commission for a recommendation, and it would go to the council as an ordinance to amend the code.
And it would take months to do it? And it'd have to be approved by the state, too, or not?
No, it doesn't have to be approved by the state.
But we could initiate the process to do that.
Yeah,
that's part of the game plan that we're working on.
This is where I'm confused. We're talking about a game plan and that we further have to talk about family-friendly housing and what that's going to stipulate and how we're going to put that in. But in the resolution, I'm reading that part of the resolution is that design guidelines, including guidelines J22 regarding family-friendly housing. So in the resolution, are we recommending to council that they take these things into consideration now, even though we haven't had this discussion? So this is where I'm confused, is I really don't know what we're approving and what we're putting
Your
forward.
recommendation to the council is to adopt these amendments to the Emeryville design guidelines to address family-friendly housing.
Okay.
And
can you go back to the slideshow and show me the list of these things that we're adding to the family-friendly guidelines?
Well, we just summarized it in the slideshow. I can, let me hang on a second here.
I just don't know what we're adding to each of these projects by putting this in. It's not clear to me what we're adding or asking the developer in addition to what we've already been asking. So that's where I'm unclear.
Definition as to what it means.
Yeah.
I get.
Oh. That would be helpful. But are we adding more regulations?
All right, here is, oh boy. Can I just want to fit the page? Oh, here we go. No, wait. Yeah. That doesn't work. Maybe this. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's really not what I wanted either. But anyway, okay. This is the old stuff. This is what you should ignore. Okay, we are proposing to delete all of this and all of this. Page 65 and 64 and 65 of the current document. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean we're getting rid of all of this stuff. It just means we're rearranging it. So these 2 pages go away.
Right, that's why I'm confused. You're saying you're rearranging things, but yet then we're adding things, and that's where I'm not really clear on what I'm really most concerned with. What are we adding new?
I'm going to just show you that.
Okay.
Just hang on. So this is what's being deleted, most of which is being kept. This stuff here is the previous version that you shouldn't look at. Okay, this is what we're adding. We're adding a section on residential. This is just generic residential, not necessarily family-friendly. With
and this
examples.
Doesn't currently exist.
Some of these policies, of these guidelines, do currently exist, and some have been embellished or have been added. Yeah, this isn't redlined, so you can't really tell.
Yeah, that's where I was having the problem because I didn't get my packet till Monday. I didn't really have a lot of time to go through this process where usually from Saturday I would have, so I'm
So
really...
this is new. Well, this is new or rearranged. A lot of it is new. Here's the aspect drawings. The
aspect drawings are new?
Yes. Okay. All the diagrams are new. And then, so this is all pertaining to just residential. So this would apply to any residential project, whether they're applying for bonus points or not, and whether they're city subsidized or not. These would all apply to everybody. Now we have a new section on family-friendly residential, which takes the previous one guideline that had like 6 bullet points and embellishes it. And so now you've got guidelines J39 through J60 that are specifically about family friendly. And this has the diagrams that I showed you.
So we're adding a lot.
Adding a lot. Yeah, we're replacing 2 pages with about 8 pages, 7 or 8 pages. And most of the current stuff is kept, but a lot has been added. Does that
answers my question?
Answer your question? Any further questions for me?
I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, whatever. All right, do you want to open the public hearing then?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. So if anyone would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
Hi, Judith Timmel, and I'm a member of Residents United. We have been concerned with this problem for a long time. We're very excited that this is coming up. We think this is really an answer to a huge housing crisis that we have in the city. We have a lot of anecdotal evidence that people with children are moving out of the city. In my own complex, we've had a family with 2 teenagers leave because they had 1 bathroom and two bedrooms. Just not doable. So definitely really needed, and I hope you'll give this really serious consideration. Just to respond briefly, I haven't had a chance to look at the packet just from what was said this evening. Yes, affordability is definitely a part of family friendly, and I think that you all need to think about adding that element. Don't stop at 3 bedrooms, because really people with 2 or 3 children need even 4 bedrooms. In terms of the laundry room, there was a question brought up about community laundry, and the place where I live is co-housing, and we have definitely built in these aspects. We have a common laundry. We have a placement of our mailboxes that's centrally located, so that people really have a chance to run into each other. And so when you're thinking about design guidelines, think also about guidelines that promote community, common spaces for kids to play, for example. So I think that would really add to this these guidelines. And in terms of going back to the affordable, sorry, haven't organized this. Definitely giving developers the option of just paying into a fund for affordable housing. Apparently, the amounts that they're paying in are not sufficient to really build anything. So really the option, we would prefer the option of having them actually build affordable units into the building that they are building, so that we know that these units are going to be built. Finally, there may be a problem with calling this family friendly now that I believe the legal definition of family has been changed and now includes 1 person as a family, or or two unrelated, or two related people. So anyway, thank you.
Excuse me, could each speaker sign in on the clipboard over there after you've spoken? Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Rod Henley, Emeryville homeowner and an architect who's completed more than 3,000 units of affordable housing. I'm currently working with RCD in Uvalde, and I know that you've visited some of their complexes. And I speak in favor, of course, with the general tenor of the guidelines, but specifically there are some that I'm quite concerned about would limit the capability of affordable housing developers to build adequate units in your city. First, for example, the unit areas of 900 square feet for a 2 and 1,100 for a 3 is more than we would usually provide for affordable housing developments. By comparison, for example, the California TCAC standards, which define minimums for affordable housing, are 750 and 1,000 square feet. Normally, for a 2-bedroom flat, that is a 1-story unit, we would use 800 to 850 square feet. There's no developer with which I have worked that would have allowed us to build 900 square foot 2-bedroom unit. So my suggestion would be to take the unit areas down to 850 and 1050, which I think are more compatible with affordable housing guidelines. Secondly, the goal to have a variety of units, flats and 2-story units in the same project is a great goal, but hopefully it's not it's more of a recommendation, because it is very difficult in many of these affordable housing developments to have townhouse units in some of the sites and some of the situations. Next, on the laundry option, I'm very glad to hear that it's not recommended that it be within the building or within each unit, because almost all of the affordable housing developments do in fact have common rooms, which does build community and also allows for more space within the unit and also reduces cost. Next is the requirement about a balcony deck or patio for every unit. That's very difficult for affordable housing units and usually does not happen. It's desirable, of course, but usually does not happen, and my question would be about how the difficulties if we're not meeting the city layout, city recommendations. The next factor is about the layouts. The width to depth ratio that is shown in these plans, I think, is highly questionable in that, yes, it's desirable, but the wider the units are and the less shallow they are, the fewer units you're able to get in the same site. And I think if you were to look at the plans, for example, of leading affordable housing architects like Daniel Solomon and David Baker, their whole strategy is how can you make deeper, less wide units so that you can get the maximum number of units on the site, which is always the goal. And almost always our sites are too small. So when you have very wide, shallow units, you get fewer units on the site. Distinct living dining kitchen is a problem, I think, and then finally the bedrooms separated. I'm glad to hear that they can be separated because there are many people that do prefer that, such as in-law units or grandmothers that are living and that sort of thing. So thank you.
Any other speakers? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and we'll bring this back for discussion. You want to start it off?
Sure. Yeah, there's some items in here that I question. The placing the living, this is actually part of the residential portion, but the component where it talks about placing living areas along exterior walls and placing kitchens and baths and storage areas along interior walls, that's J27. I mean, in my experience, that's sort of, that can contradict J29, which is about maintaining a sense of privacy from within a unit, and then also contradicts some other components about visual connection to community open spaces, because a lot of times what I've found is that people don't want to be seen when they're in their living rooms. So if the living room is facing a community open space or a street, they're going to have their blinds down, or shades closed. Whereas if there's a kitchen facing a community open space or a street, people don't really seem to mind being at the sink or cooking, looking out a window and being seen in the same way, and they're also looking likely to be looking out a window when they're at a sink than they are if they're in their living room. And so I feel like that could maybe be loosened up a little bit so that it's not so strict. And with all these diagrams, it seems to really sort of solidify this structure that I think is not necessarily always the most beneficial. And then I agree with the comments about the square footages. I mean, if there are affordable housing developments that are going to be attempting to meet the family-friendly guidelines, they're not going to be able to do so with the funding sources that are generally available with the square footages that are listed here. I think that many units that have great rooms work perfect for families, and dividing up living, dining, kitchen spaces into distinct spaces can create, especially in a smaller unit, creates a real sense of claustrophobia, and I don't know that it necessarily creates a more family-friendly unit. It actually kind of makes it harder to sort of supervise if you have multiple kids doing different things in different spaces. The J52, the enclosing entry foyers to reduce noise and increase privacy. I mean, I actually think that especially if you've got units near streets or community open spaces, a foyer is not a good idea necessarily, in that it's basically letting your unit more for open space, whereas the goal might actually be to have an easier flow into the community open space. And then the private balcony, providing balconies, decks, patios. I think for a lot of developments, the space is tight. You're being asked to put in as many units as possible. And you've got this formula that you're working with regard to ratios of private open space and public or communal open space. And I think for family-friendly housing, it might be more beneficial to actually have more community open space than to have a lot of private balconies. So those are just some of my initial comments.
I think that this is a really excellent start, and I'm interested actually to hear the consultants' responses to some of the comments from the last speaker, because I think he raised a lot of really interesting points. And what we want, we certainly want ideal housing situations, but we want ones that are going to get built. So can we get it?
Do you want a consultant up? Yeah, sure.
Sure.
You want to come up?
Hi, nice to see you tonight. Yeah, I think a lot of this is coming down to what you have now and what you get now and what you might want to get in the future, so that you have units that do things that the current units don't do, that are more family friendly. So there's a issue of getting more units that are 3-bedroom in the community, but then there's the issue of the design of the units and what makes it family friendly. Mm-hmm. And to get to some of the questions and comments that are being brought up, like how did we get to this type of unit layouts, and why did we get here? And so some of the big questions that are going to come up is like, okay, do you separate living spaces, or do you keep one big open space, like for a dining room, living room? So having a big open great room space is really nice, and a lot of people like that. But what we found is that in a lot of housing developments now, what you're getting is the living areas are getting shrunken down so much, because all the space is being dedicated to bedrooms and bathrooms and stuff like that, that you really hardly have a functional living room, let alone a space for a table. So you end up without adequate space for any sort of dining table. If you look at unit plans, you often see them kind of floating a little round table somewhere there, wherever they can put it. So by having these separation of spaces, it sort of kind of forces you to sort of think about, well, how am I going to provide for that space? Now, certainly people can design other spaces that combine them and make that work. That's not an issue. But we're trying to get to a problem that we have with what's being currently on the market. And so that's how we sort of were coming to some of these layouts, and we're trying to keep the floor area down as much as possible, but still sort of address things that will be comfortable for families. On the foyer issue, I think that's really only intended to be for when you have a interior corridor, and then you have a foyer off of that enclosed privacy. Where you have an exterior entrance, the diagram shows it's pretty much an open foyer. It's maybe a vestibule or something, but it really opens up to the unit and allows for observation on the street. So that was really more about those interior kind of type of situations for corridor buildings. The other thing that I don't know if I'm shifting out of what you're asked, and I'm sorry if I am, go back and redirect me on that, but also trying to get some more corners on buildings, so buildings have some daylight into them. What we're finding is, because of the exact thing that one of the speakers spoke to about trying to get as many units on properties as possible, units are tending to be, they're not very wide and they're very deep. So what happens is along a frontage, you get more units on that frontage, which is good for your numbers of units. But the deep units can often become very inefficient. When they're deep, you get this floor area, but you don't get a lot of features that you might want in a unit. So having a shallower unit does some things. It allows for more light in the unit, and it allows for these bedrooms to be on the outside wall, and allows for the living room to be a little bit bigger, because the living rooms are getting very shrunken in these units, whether market or affordable. And not every unit in the project has to be family friendly. We have to distinguish between affordable housing projects and other projects that may have family-friendly units. And I think that's one of the discussions you might want to have in that area. So I don't know if I answered all of the things that you brought up, but at least maybe started to answer some of those questions.
Thank you. I'm going to pass for now.
Okay. Okay, where to start? So I think this is a good start. I think there's a lot more discussion, though, that needs to take place, because this is quite a task to tackle. And I think that right now we're facing kind of a conundrum in how we define affordable housing, and affordable housing that's family friendly, affordable housing that's not necessarily for families, and then there's the family-friendly guidelines, and there's just overall residential guidelines. So I think there needs to be, flexibility in what we're going to be recommending. The things that I think are great features that have been added are definitely taking into account the toddler safety and having adequate storage for stroller parking. And then also having views onto the play area. I agree with Commissioner Gunkel with regard to the kitchens facing the play areas or facing the common areas. That was something that I mentioned during one of our initial studies. And let me go to some specific areas. So that spoke to the J27 and J29 being in conflict when you have your living area or your kitchen along the back and not along the area that faces the common areas. Item number J35, which talks about including entry, coat closet, into units that have 2 or more bedrooms. I think that this is really important to have additional storage when you have larger units, which potentially you may have a family or more people, and they need that corresponding storage. And so J48, that's the issue with the laundry. So currently it says to provide laundry facilities that are convenient access near common areas, and it kind of covers everything. It includes adding washer dryer hookups in units. I think we need to strike a balance between, I think having a communal laundry is great. I think that it definitely encourages community and it encourages the ability to watch, what your kids are doing while you're doing laundry. But at the same time, having 3 kids and having, the laundry running nonstop, I would be challenged to always schlep my stuff to the communal laundry, and I think I'm not the only one who would feel that way. So I think there needs to be some flexibility of having washer dryer hookups in certain units, or a percentage of units, or in units that are located further away from the laundry facilities. Let's see. J50, with regard to the distinct living, dining, and kitchen spaces, I agree with Commissioner Gunkel with regard to having the great room. I've experienced that personally. When we bought our house, we remodeled it and we tore out the wall between the kitchen and the living room because it allowed us to cook and supervise the kids at all ages and really have that interaction, when we have friends over, et cetera. But I also noticed that in the units that we have, the residential developments that we have, there isn't really a distinct dining space, and you're right about that, having that floating table. So again, I'm going to say we need to have a balance and not really just say one thing, that you need to have a variety. I am kind of concerned about, I guess one of the conundrums is, we want to provide as much affordable housing as possible, but I feel troubled with the statement of we need to, shove as many units as possible on these sites, because I think it implies that we're just packing them in, and I think that that's not I don't think that's a good situation. I think that affordable housing units also need to have those amenities and that flexibility, and not just cookie cutter boxes. I think that's all I had. And then I guess after we wrap up this discussion, we'll segue into the unit mix discussion, which isn't really part of this, but something we want to give some feedback to staff on. So I have some comments there too.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I also agree with other commissioner comments about the split up of the main living areas, living room, dining room, kitchen. I think they should be open into one major space. My daughter, who has 3 kids, remodeled her house to open them all up because that's where they live. That's where their life really goes on. And to split them all up into separate sections, I don't think makes any sense. I think you can design it so there is a specific place for the dining room table within that space so that it doesn't get left out, but that there's no reason to have all these little walls in there splitting it up. It's in the olden days when the servants were in the kitchen and you had the door shut. People don't live that way anymore. And, I put together a 180-unit affordable housing development about 10 years ago that had 51% of the units 3 or 4 bedroom, and I put washer dryer hookups in the 3 and 4 bedroom units and not on the 1 and 2s, and there was a communal laundry room, and 90% of the people hooked up the washer and dryer in their units where they had the availability to do it. So and I also think we have to think about the square footage size, which, if we were in New York City and we had a high-income group of people wanting 3 and 4 bedroom units and they raised their children in the city, it'd be fine. But I don't think we have a market for that kind of apartment in this area. So that's really my comment.
So I think that there's, I agree about the possibility of distinct living and dining that is not necessary, but also could it be possible to show both and say that there's both options are available, and make sure that if there is a great room, that it allows for adequate room for both living and dining, and show that. I think that Commissioner Tan's idea of laundry units being included if there's a certain distance away from the communal laundry, as well as the possibility of, say, units that are 3 and 4 bedroom having their own, for sure, their own hookups because of, you know, just general time and accessibility issues. The private open space is not necessarily, I think that was a very good point, is not necessarily needed and could be better utilized as a larger communal open space. So I think that being flexible, and I know we're trying to create some guidelines, but I want to make sure they're not too rigid, so having that be open. And I have a huge problem with the kitchens being along the back walls, because that's where the eyes are on the street, for sure, is right at the kitchen sink. So I agreed with Commissioner Gunkel on that. And I like that I think that we can say if foyers are preferred on interior corridors, and that would solve the sort of odd foyer problem everywhere. And I thought that was a very good point about the square footage, and I think that needs to be looked at more carefully to make sure that things can get built. In general, I also have a problem with the fact that we're trying to squeeze everything in, and that it is all, you know, people's well-being is at the expense of someone else's profit, and it pisses me off. So I'm just going to say that now. And I also think ghettoizing affordable housing developments is part of the problem we have here. So moving on.
Okay, well, I'm going to take a different approach to this. So far in the city, we've adopted guidelines and regulations in 2010 and 2013, respectively, all aimed at attracting families with children. Since the guidelines and regulations were enacted, we've seen the completion of the Ambassador Housing Project and the approval of the 3706 San Pablo Affordable Housing, both successes in my book. I don't feel that more regulations will give us what we're looking for, and this is why I'd like to provide some examples of how enhancing or enacting regulations does not ensure that families will move to Emeryville. When the Bakery Lofts opened its third phase, they included 2 3-bedroom units. When I took a tour of that complex, one of the units was rented by a married couple with no children, and the second unit was rented by 3 men, presumably men students at UC Berkeley. Emmy Apartments had just started their leasing last weekend, and of their 5 3-bedroom units that have been leased, sadly not one unit has any children. The leasing agent told me that the one she leased was leased to students. In addition to this information, I'd like to give you an example of how bedroom count is less of a consideration to parents than things we as a city can truly control, and that's improving our city or fixing our city to attract more families. Over the years, I've talked to several new Bay Area residents, or new people to the Bay Area, or people leaving Emeryville for other Bay Area cities. At different times, I've talked to 3 new hires at UC Berkeley School of Public Health, where I work. These were a mix of faculty and staff members, and I asked if they've looked into moving to Emeryville. Without exaggeration, of the 3 questions I received, they were in this order: how are your schools? Where do my children play? And how safe is your community? Not one time did one of these people ask me, how many 3-bedroom units do you have, or what are your housing stock? And of the 2 families I talked to who were moving out of PPP, they singularly answered the question was why they were moving out of Emeryville was to put their kids in better schools. Not one of these expressed a need or desire for a larger home because PPP, 2 bedrooms is the only size we have, and we have children. I have seen kids grow up from 12 years old to college that are in our building, and they all went to private schools. So even if we adopt more regulations, I'm still don't understand how we're going to ensure that families with children get these homes without breaking the law. I feel that until we resolve this issue, all building regulations are moot when it comes to attracting families and children. The way I see it, the most important thing for us to do is create a city that in and of itself attracts families. If a family likes a certain place, they will work out their living arrangements, and I feel that what we've done by creating guidelines and regulations in 2010 and 2013, we've created the tools to help provide family-friendly housing. Personally, I feel we should put our energy into doing things that we legally can do without question. Things that will improve our community for everyone currently living in Emeryville or those to come. And I'd like to offer us a different direction that will attract more families to Emeryville. I feel that if we, number one, continue with the ECCO fostering new and innovative ideas in schooling, will make our schools better and more attractive. Now, I admit when it comes to schools and running schools, I am totally out in left field. I don't have children. I don't really know what makes a school work better other than what I went through in school. But some idea of further improving in schools is maybe what we do is limit the amount of out-of-city students that we take, that we can pick and choose the children of a higher academic level that come to our school because this is our school, and I would think we might be able to control that. I don't know. Or maybe we can look at the ECCL becoming a charter school. Those are just things that, because what I'm hearing is schools are important, and I think we're doing that with the ECCL, and maybe we can improve upon that. Secondly, I think we need to use our general plan and our Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan to provide more and expanded recreation programs. Creating better access to the park and the marina would go a long way, and what we're doing with enlarging Christie Park and et cetera. And 3, support and expand our tax base to continue funding our own police department, help businesses thrive and grow in Emeryville, attract more businesses to Emeryville so we have a strong, diverse, and stable economy base. And I agree with, when we get into the fine details of what we're looking at in the plan here, I believe with Commissioner Gunkel and Commissioner Tan of the specifics they stated. Personally, I believe we created enough regulations and guidelines to give our developers direction they need to provide family-friendly housing. I think a majority of the guidelines in the new regulations are too specific and constrain creativity and cause problems with affordability. So I think we now need to put our energy into governance that make people want to move to Emeryville. So I think, for me, I'm having a hard time with adding more and more regulations, and when I see that page that we've gone from 6 bullet points to now 3 pages, and how specific they are, I think they're outside. I think outdoor space, where I can see the apartments, people use their balconies to store things. They don't use them for outside enjoyment. So I think demanding that every unit have a balcony or outdoor space is just going to push the cost up, and our affordability component is just going to go out the window. We need to look at things that make these houses more attractive to families, but still they have to be affordable. And when I talk to the leasing agent at Emmy Apartments, studio starts at $2,200 and a 3-bedroom is $4,100. I don't know who has a family that can afford $4,100 in rent. So we need to look at a broader picture than just specifically telling a developer how to build his apartments, although we do need to give them guidelines for what we think would help attract that. So those are my comments.
So first thing, I'm not going to talk very long, but I think we probably need to extend past 11:30. Is everybody in agreement with that? So do we want to say 11:40, 11:45? What do you guys think?
Are we
can only go till
Are we just giving
11:45.
comments, or are we trying to?
Well, we're supposed to make a recommendation on this, and then also we have kind of this continuing conversation about unit mix and things like that we need to get through. So
I don't see how we can come to a vote on this thing. We have so many diverse opinions at this point.
I think we work to 11:45 and see where it gets us.
All right, well, I'll make a motion to extend to 11:45.
And I'll second it.
All right, anybody opposed? All right, great. So on this, I don't know. I honestly, I have no idea. it's like everyone who has spoken tonight has made a compelling argument, and everyone that has spoken tonight has said something different. Yeah, so I'm just kind of left not knowing what to think. The one thing I can say is that I think that there was one thing that was removed that I didn't think should be removed, and that was sort of a requirement that all units or something, or family-friendly units provide a certain amount of outdoor storage space. And I think that's actually really important. So I don't know if it belongs in the family-friendly section or in the general residential section, but I think it belongs somewhere. Yeah, and other than that, I really have nothing to add.
I do have a couple of things to add, and one of them is that I think that these guidelines are really important. I go back to, certainly schools are important, parks are important, all of these things are important, but I go back and look at the unit mix that we have, and the fact that we have such a low percentage of housing that will accommodate families is just, I think it's embarrassing, and that's what the market has been driving so far. So I think we need to do very clear guidelines that encourage housing that families can stay in if they want to be here. And I think it is really important that we look at it a little bit more closely to find that balance where we're not precluding the affordability factor, because we don't need that many $4,000 three-bedroom units. We need some more affordable three-bedroom units, so that's important. But I really do appreciate the goals of these guidelines of making sure that the spaces, whether they're divided for living, dining, and kitchen and all that, or whether they're a great room concept, that they have the space that families need. So I think that there is a little bit more tweaking that needs to happen with these. I agree that there should be some flexibility in whether the spaces are divided or whether they're put together, but we need to have the proponents demonstrate that the spaces will work for the families that are in them. I think that it was a really good point. I spend a whole lot of time in my kitchen looking out of the window, and I know that when I was growing up, my mom was looking out the window from the kitchen watching where I was going, so I think that that's one that needs to be tweaked a little bit more. I also know that a lot of the small open spaces that are provided, just because somebody has been required to provide an outdoor open space, do end up where people put their bicycle, their picnic table, they're just, pile stuff in. So that may be, trade-off between the common spaces that function well for everybody and the private spaces. I think we need to tweak it a little bit more to find that flexibility and balance that really encourages what we need. But I definitely think that these are important and that they're a really, really good start.
And the reason to have the guidelines is once we do improve the schools and improve on all of the things that will entice families into Emeryville, we want to actually have housing that would accommodate families and not just a bunch of studios and one-bedrooms. So I think putting guidelines in place is just making sure that it's important to try to, again, strike that balance where you're preventing what you don't want, but you're also not preventing what you do want, or some of the flexibility or room for creative design that would give you what you're looking for. And that's what, one thought was maybe if one of the primary issues that you're seeing is percentage of living room, kitchen, dining space relative to the overall unit size, maybe it's a percentage guideline and not a guideline about distinctive spaces.
Yeah, I think we clearly have a problem. Based on the unit numbers that we've been shown, and it's. I think I agree that these guidelines are a good step in the right direction to solving them. I don't know. It's just as we've kind of considered them tonight and heard all these different things. It's just really hard for me to it seems like there are a lot of, we're trying to respond to too many different types of families. You know, there are like infinite different types of families, and we're trying to boil that down to something that's maybe too simplified. And a lot, I don't know, it just seems like a lot of these things to me just boil down to kind of personal preference. So and it's just a really hard issue to solve, but we need to do something.
Chair Moss, could I just kind of summarize what I've heard? I've heard a number of you say this is a good start, and when I was in architecture school, that was sort of a euphemism for, well, back to the drawing board in a nice way. I think I've heard maybe about a dozen very specific comments about some very specific issues, which are very helpful. I've heard about balance and flexibility quite a bit, and I think we could do something to address that, show options. You could lay the living and dining room out this way, or you could lay it out that way. You could have the laundry like this, or you could have it like that, or whatever. Clearly, you all are not ready to vote on this tonight. That's my sense, unless you disagree. So I think we need to massage this some more and bring it back at a future meeting. And it ties into this kind of overall game plan that I was referring to anyway. So, I don't think it's the end of the world if we continue this to the next meeting or even the meeting after that. But you've provided very valuable feedback.
Can I suggest?
We're having a discussion on this same subject next week. Are we going to see the same plan?
The Housing Committee?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, probably. And we'll probably get a lot of the same comments, which is fine.
Can I throw out an idea and see? I just kind of want to test the waters. But I'm just thinking, like, in terms of like maybe allowing more flexibility and doing some of these other things. What if instead of being a series of guidelines, this was more of like a menu, like do 3 of the 5 following things, and then do 8 of the following 10 things, or something like that.
Try your best to do these things.
I like
I think that's confusing.
That's crazier.
All right.
Well, I just think you could do 3 of the 5, and 2 of the others would just completely make it not work as family friendly.
Make a cruddy housing project.
Well, I mean, I think you'd have to group them so that they were all kind of similar, like similar kind of categories. But I don't know. It just seems to me like maybe that's a way to give more flexibility.
Well, one, not exactly what you're saying, but one thing you could do would be to show 2 different ways to lay out a living room and dining room, and say, do it this way or do it that way. Things like that. Different options.
A big room or small rooms.
Yeah, but in both cases...
Why? Because we want quality of life.
Yeah, and in both cases have enough room for dining, dining room table.
Yeah. It just seems to me like we're sort of what I'm hearing is we want people to do a lot of these things, but we don't want them to do necessarily all of these things, because we want to give them flexibility to not do some of the things. So that's kind of what I was trying to get at.
And, about the private open space, it occurs to me as I hear you all talking, we already have a requirement in our planning regulations for private open space for every unit. And that can be traded for common open space at a 2-to-1 ratio. So you don't have to have a private open space for every unit, but for all the units that you don't have private open space for, you got to provide that much more common open space.
And I find that more flexible, and that's what I was driving at. I think that rather than specifying everyone has to have that, to use that menu is much better option.
Yeah, and what these guidelines do is they basically say no, every unit has to have the private open space. You could just get rid of that guideline completely.
Right.
And you'd still have it in the regulations if you want that flexibility. There's no need for a guideline for it. We already have it in the regulations.
Makes sense.
I think there's an art form to this, and it's like I've seen it with some cities where, and I've never really done a project in Emeryville, but some cities I just find myself going through zoning requirements, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, they really thought through this, and it's pushing me in the direction. I can see that, it's pushing me in the direction that they're wanting developments in this area to actually, achieve these goals. And there's an art form to that, and I'm sure you guys will all work it out, but it's, a lot of times it's about percentages, and it's not about spelling out specific, specific things, but more percentages or formulas that you have to, but though there are some portions of this that I think really work, the stuff, the new stuff regarding bedrooms and not having to go through a living space to get from a bedroom to a bathroom, I think is a key one. Though the only one master suite, I think that can have a lot of impact. So I think there's certain components that will be very successful, but then some of the other ones, it sounds like we're talking about trying to find another way to address it. But it's not about losing the intention behind it. It's just about figuring out a way to address it that provides some room for flexibility and creativity and
If you think of any of those zoning examples that you've worked under, I think that might be helpful. If you
right now?
think, well, not right now, but
When you see them.
in the future, if you happen to think of any, that might might be helpful.
And that's what I agree with. I mean, I think we need more 3-bedroom units. And the thing I was getting at with this particular one is I think it's too specific and there's too many exacts. You got to do exactly this, you got to do exactly that. So I like what you're saying. I think one master bedroom is something we could request. That makes sense. How a living room, dining room, kitchen is arranged, I think that's too draconian. I think that's too confining. So I think and I think maybe a place to start that would be low-hanging fruit is like the Toronto example, or go higher. We're going to require that you do a minimum 12% 3-bedroom units. I think that's a real simple thing that developers can follow. And that might be a way that we could start by getting something, and then, if we need to tweak it and work out the details, we could do that.
And I think because we are so behind in how many 3+ bedroom units we have, we actually really need to beef that number up to 45%, frankly. And then of those, 35 to 45%, so we can get on board. We have, and of those affordable units, we need to have as well. And if we do it through, maybe we have to overhaul the bonus system and make that way more intense, because that's the only way we're going to get what we want here. I feel, and I don't know how else.
Are you saying 45% 3-bedroom? Or
yeah,
45%?
Or, you're talking about matching the balance that our neighboring cities have, Berkeley and Oakland.
Yeah.
I think she's saying we need to be bold.
We need to be bold here if we're going to get what we want.
We just only allow single-family houses from now on. No more apartments. That'll solve the situation.
I'm just throwing it out there. That we
One of the things
make up for what we've already have enough of.
Yeah. One of the things I think is missing from our discussion is what our community thinks and having community input. So I think as part of continuing this item that we want to consider, or staff should consider, having a town hall meeting, because this is a major issue and it's something that we hear about from the public quite a bit when we have new housing developments coming forward. And I think that if we make a decision, with the Planning Commission and City Council without having public, having community input, we're going to miss out on that valuable input. So
do we need a motion to continue this item?
No. You can just, the chair can just direct it be continued.
We'll just continue it to a date uncertain.
Our consultant would like to say another quick thing.
Just two quick things. One is I've heard a lot of what you're saying, and I can see places to change some of the diagrams and things, and the wording and the system to create that flexibility and still get to an objective. So not maybe everything, but a lot of the things you've said, I can say, okay, there's ways to kind of get there. But the other thing is I want to say that I felt was really important hearing your discussion is that I've been doing a long time working with developers and applicants, reviewing projects where cities have guidelines. And I think 75% of the role of the guidelines is to get something there to have the discussion around. Because it never really comes to where they, oh, this is what we have to do, and they do it. What it does is it provides you a vehicle to talk with people about the issues. And then, rather than just react to their very specific proposal that you know doesn't meet your goals. So really what we're trying to do here is get something there that really will bring that discussion when they come in and get closer to where you might want to be. So that's, I think, the main purpose, is getting things that will bring that discussion forward. That's all I wanted to say.
Great, thanks.
So
We're going to keep discussing, that's for sure.
All right, so we'll continue that to a date uncertain. Did we also want to, are we done with this, or did we want to?
Charlie?
Because there was also this issue of whether we needed to initiate a change to the planning regulations.
Well, if you're not going to take action on the guidelines, I think that's sort of unnecessary at this point. We can tie it to your, we can tie it into your future action on the guidelines.
Okay. Yeah. I was going to suggest that if we're looking at changes to the bonus program in the planning regulations, which is what this is tied to, right?
The family friendly, yeah.
Yeah, that we look at, that we kind of look at the bonus program overall, because that was something that the city council also wanted to do.
Well, just to be clear, this kind of game plan that we're trying to put together, which will have dates for meetings and stuff, and hopefully an end point when we get to the, finish line in the not too distant future, is intended to encompass the gamut of everything that we've been tasked with looking at. So it would be the bonus system, unit mix, family friendly, affordable, ownership housing, and anything else I've forgotten to mention.
Do you think?
And they're also integral, and they're also interrelated. That I think we need to be looking at the different pieces. I think we're looking at the family-friendly without looking at the bonuses. It's sort of like looking at the marketplace development one piece at a time. It's just we need to get the overview.
Exactly.
Do you think we will you'll have that game plan all laid out for our next meeting?
Oh, I certainly hope so.
Okay.
I hope before that.
We actually have
There are marching orders.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, then
I'd
with
just
that.
like to make one commissioner comment real quick about the Emmy Apartments. Is they did start leasing this past weekend. They hope to start occupying in March, and they are 20% occupied already. And they haven't even finished a complete week yet.
Good.
Emmy Apartments, they're at 64th and Christie, on the corner of the marketplace. Yeah, that
And I'll
project's
say that
finally coming to fruition.
I think that the Commonwealth little micro brewery on Adeline has opened now.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I can't guarantee it, but I think so. Anything else? All right, we're adjourned.